Yeah, what a debut it was for Marcel Wolpen this week at the MODUS Super Series. Welcome to Thursday's action. Here it is, a double session of darts with Groups B and C getting underway. One Swiss player already through to finals night, the other one battling it out this afternoon. Here is who is in action. Scott Walters returns to the Super Series fresh from claiming his first WGF title in Serbia at the weekend. Can Walters win closer to home? Cor Decker is also back for another title tilt. The towering thrower showed promise last time. Can Decker deliver? Speedster Danny Lauby finds himself in Group C after a solid and at times spectacular start to the week. Stefan Belmont was the player of yesterday. The Swiss star won 4 of 5 matches to lift himself off the bottom of Group A. Ireland's Niall Cullerton ended in that position instead, but still managed to win more than a third of his matches. Everything is pointing to a highly competitive Group C campaign this week. It also includes a debutant in Matt Cast. Can Cullerton up his game? Yeah, big day of darts ahead and a big name to join us to talk you through it. Scott Mitchell, former world champion. Welcome to week 4. Have you been casting your eye on what's happened so far?
What you did there? Yeah, of course I have. You know you're coming in at the end of the week, and yeah, what Group A we had there? It was, the bottom player had 12 points. Super group.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look at what's happened so far this week. As just seen, Marcel Wolpen winning through on debut as an ADC qualifier. That was a bit of a surprise. He was the outsider before it started.
Well, yeah, I can see why he was, but I've known Marcel a little while now, and yeah, he has the capabilities, and he came here. And sometimes when you come as a debutant, you don't know what to expect, or sometimes you just come and enjoy it. And he looked to enjoy it and topped his group.
Absolutely. Some big names coming in tonight in Super Series terms, but also looks like a very competitive group this afternoon. So really interested, Scott, to see how the bookies have priced this up and what they've done. Well, they've gone for another Scott Walters as the favourite, but the ADC qualifier is the outsider. Maybe they haven't learnt the lesson.
Yeah, maybe not. You would say on the Group A standings that could be the case, but I understand why Scott Walters is 7-4. He's just won a tournament with the WDF, and so he's top property at the minute. Yeah, back from Serbia to Portsmouth, a little closer to home for Scott Walters, looking to carry on winning ways. The punters, well, I don't know if it's been a good week for them really so far. It was so unpredictable in Group A, but here is the kind of bets they've been going for. They fancy Walters to beat Cass. They think that's nailed on coming from his win. That's a bottom selection there. But before that, Cullerton to hit at least 180 against Cast, and then Lauby to do the same against Scott Walters. The treble pays just over 4-1. Thoughts on that? Yeah, I can see 180s coming in the Walters Lauby game. I can see that. But yeah, not a bad treble at all. They could all come right, but Matt Cass may have something to say about that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's hope he doesn't indeed get cast away at the bottom of the table. He is playing in the first match against Niall Cullerton, who didn't have a great day yesterday. So how does he bounce back from that?
Well, like I say, you're starting on 0 again. I did this a few weeks ago, and you just draw a line under it, step over it, and away you go again. So that's the way he's got to look at it. It's a new day, fresh start, and go for it. Just don't leave anything in the practice room.
Absolutely. Well, let's get the action underway then, shall we? The first match is, as mentioned, Cast against Cullerton, and Scott Mitchell is going to head to comms, where Henry Deacon is waiting.
Hi Chris, hi everybody, good afternoon, welcome along to Thursday here at the Super Series, where Group C and Group B get underway in earnest, and we kick off with Matt Cast up against Niall Cullerton. Niall, who finished bottom of Group A, but a total of 12 points, which in some other groups has been heralded as enough as to qualify through to Group B on a Thursday and Friday night, but he comes in with a fresh outlook and a fresh outlay against the debutant Matt Cast from Milton Keynes, and as you see there, over 250 appearances for his county, and that's a total and a record that cannot be discouraged one bit. Up against the 36-year-old Niall Cullerton from Kilkenny.
First leg, it's Matt to throw
refereeing all the action. It is Owen Binks. And we are underway. The Oscar pilots have Niall Cullerton on as the very heavy 8-15 favourite. Matt Cast, the outsider at 11-8. And by some bookmakers' quarters, Matt has been cast aside as a possible hope of getting through to Saturday night's final. But let's see what he can do here. And let's watch the action in the company of the 2015 World Champ. It's a very good afternoon to Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Good afternoon, mate. Always good to be alongside you here in the comms box. And it's
55.
yeah, real sort of tasty group, this one, I think. It has the potential that anyone could actually run off with this if they decide it's their day.
41.
So, you know, when it's condensed down to just the 2 days, you know, you can't let games pass you by.
Well, what intrigues me about this group is you've got 4 favourites in Walters, Belmont, Lauby and Cullerton, who can absolutely
55.
run away with it. And then you've got Decker and Cast, who may not be labelled as bookmakers' fancies or bookmakers' tips, but we've delved deep into the research and know that there's enough of a game there that they can not spring a surprise because they're here on merit, but can really cause damage in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And
134.
that's what makes it such an intriguing group. And there's times where it's not so bad to be the underdog. It allows you to play with a bit of freedom.
132.
So the guys that, although when you're actually playing, you don't feel like an underdog. You just look at the board and try and play. And
92.
that Cast has pedigree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. And you can see that he's left tops after 15.
100. Matt, you require 40.
A hold a throw in his first leg. Tops a Matt Cast.
Game shot on the first
1-0 it
leg.
is for the man
Matt
from MK.
Cast.
It's an okay start. He's on the board. 16 data for his first leg at the Super Series.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
That'll settle him down nicely. He's using a different dart to what I've
95.
seen him use in the past. Obviously got a black coating on it.
Yeah, he's been chopping and changing with the equipment over the course of
96.
the week. Been having a bit of a play around and speaking to Niall yesterday before play got underway, and we can have a look
43.
at the equipment there. Just changing up a few bits just to keep things fresh.
Yeah, I think some players do like to do that. I mean,
20.
that was unlucky there from Cast. It knocked everything out. Yeah, players do sometimes do that. I know we've been here with Luke Littler's been here, and he's decided to put a little bit of a longer stem in and all sorts because of the
41.
conditions and the way it's flying through the area. And I think that's absolutely fabulous from a 16-year-old lad to know all that sort of stuff. But you know,
59.
it's a strange one because you do notice things as you change equipment. You do notice things, or you do try things, and you do test things at home. It's strange place to come and try and test it here. But I suppose
41.
when you do make these changes, you need to be under a little bit of pressure to see if they're actually working or not. And I always judge a dart by not when I throw the dart
45.
right and when I throw it correctly. It's how forgiving it is when I don't quite release it correctly, or I don't throw it correctly, how forgiving it is. So I like a forgiving dart so that if I don't get it thrown right, then it still goes somewhere near where I want it to go.
In fairness, Luke Littler could probably
100.
win a week throwing a screwdriver.
Yeah, probably, but it'd have to probably be a Phillips screwdriver, not a flathead, because it wouldn't fly through the air properly for him.
We should say other
125.
screwdrivers are available. Although, to be fair, Farmer should know a good screwdriver when he sees one.
Yeah, you don't know farmers very well, do you? Farmers managed to use a screwdriver as a hammer.
100.
Doesn't matter what we've got, as long as it-
56.
Good.
156 for a 2-0 lead, and this would be for the break of throw. It's not going to happen on this occasion. And so Cullerton's going to come back for 81. It's been a
85.
fairly
Well, you require
tentative
81.
start for the pair. For this to level proceedings up at 1 apiece, it's 12 and Bull. Didn't even contemplate the treble,
56.
and he wasn't far off the middle.
Matt, you require 71.
That would have been a tidy
Oh,
little
you require
71 there
25.
from Cast if he could have got that. So it's Cullerton now back for the 25, double 8.
No score. Matt,
where
you require
sometimes a
20.
bit of a change of equipment can affect you.
And that dragged really
Game
low,
shot on
but
the
no
second
mistake there
leg.
from
Matt
Cast, who
Cast.
gets the breaker throw and leads by 2-0. And for Cullerton, it's that same old
Delegates Matt
sinking
to
feeling
throw
from Group
first.
A,
Game on.
seeping into Group C.
$83.
That cast here is an ADC Undisputed Belt representative. Richard North defending his Southeastern London belt, which he won here against Ben Payne not too long ago.
26.
I think Cullerton there with those mistakes he made on that double now affecting his scoring.
100.
And the thing with Group C is there's a sense of urgency, unlike Group B, where you can either lose all 4 your games on the opening night and still go through. You lose a couple of games early on in Group C, then your chances of going through are in
41.
severe peril.
Yeah, my feeling when I played Group C was you cannot lose 2 on the bounce in this group. You just cannot, and expect to still be in the running for the top 2. It's
100.
other sort of matches have got to go your way if you're going to still be involved. So Matt Cast here, 16-1. Is he looking
121.
good outside bet? 2-0 up.
Remember, Noel Cullerton was 8-15
125.
to win this match at the beginning of play. 7-8 outsider was
41.
Matt Cast.
Matt, you require 93.
Now in running, he's 1-10 on. He leads 93, and he's got all the time he wants at it to go 3-0 up. Double
James
18
on
is
the
pinned, and that's a
third
14
Matt
darter.
Cast.
He's had legs of 16 and 14 in this match, and he leads by 3-0. The average just under 87 and
Game on.
75% as well when it comes to the finishing. As far as starts go, this is a fairly good one for Matt.
$40. $45.
93s do generally go when you're a couple up and feeling confident. Cast
76.
did exactly that. And still struggling to find his range.
$55.
Cullerton, a former weekly finalist at the MODUS Super Series. That appearance coming in week 12 of Series 2, where he lost
60.
out to John Henderson on what was Hendo's debut in the competition. Tell you what, I'm looking at the lineup for that
97.
Series 2, week 12. John Henderson won it. No, Cullerton was the runner-up. In the semi-finals were Fallon Sherrock and Jared Cole.
100.
Further on from that, Richard North and Lee Budgeon went out in the groups. Reece Colley also played in that week. Then you had the likes of Sean Griffiths, Mark Graham, Ryan Palmer and Josh McCarthy.
140.
That was a really good week.
I think so far in the Series 6, we've been
65.
saying that each
Mate,
week,
we're
each
going
group looks a group of death,
164.
and the qualifiers that are coming through now got the pedigree.
140.
Oh,
Now we require 160.
Nothing more shown there than Matt Cast, that 140, leaving the 24. 164.
40.
Goes for 24
Mate,
now for a
require
4-0 win.
The blow Noel Cullerton away. Double 6.
18.
Going to have to hang on
No,
for that
require
debut win as
120.
Cullerton looks to climb the ladder to stay in the game. Treble. Single. But low on the double. And so Cast
Require 6.
goes to the bottom of the board as Cullerton missed the top of the board.
Bit of a lurch with that one with Matt Cast,
Game
but nothing wrong
shot
with
on
that
the
last
mat.
start.
Matt
He takes a 4-0 win in his debut game. He'll be pleased with that. Don't worry about the average, young man. It's all about the wins and putting the points on the board. 80 average for him, 4 from 9 on the doubles. He'll be happy with that. Nice highest shot, high check out there at 93. A nice settling in game for Matt Cast. We head on to game 2 after the break, where we'll bring you Core Decker with Stefan Belmont.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Matt Cast got off to a dream debut start, getting the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 0. Well, in our second game, we're going to check out our core as Decker finds himself in action against Stefan Belmont. The tall Norwegian is back in action for a second appearance here at the Super Series. The Sheriff, who found himself in a deputy position and out of the finals night spots last time here, takes on Belmont, who is looking to return to the Saturday night fray. There he is, the 36-year-old from Askim, was through to the last 16 of the PDC World Cup back in the day. The Sheriff up against Belly, the 34-year-old Stefan Belmont from Cham in Switzerland. And what a charming place that is. Plays with an 18-gram Loxley dart and a former PDC Challenge Tour event winner. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Stefan Belmont goes off the 4-7 favourite. Cordeco at 5-4. But when you've got a player that comes into the week like Stefan has and had a better day yesterday against someone who comes in fresh, who does that advantage, Scott?
Well, for me, I think if you've played and you've had a good day like yesterday, you come in with a little bit more dip in your step. That is how I would feel. You know, having a better last day.
Whoa!
No, I've changed my mind. I think it's better to come in just as Corda. What a great 180 there. I mean, Stefan will know that he's been here before. and had
60.
had a good week here, and so everybody back home will be expecting him to do that again that are watching. So there's an amount of pressure that you can put on yourself in this situation,
42.
and I don't think we ever know until you're in that situation what that's going to feel like.
I think I've just seen one of my favourite camera shots of all time. Just watch Cordecca retrieve the darts and look at the size difference between him and Owen
140.
Binks. Owen needs stilts to get to him.
Yeah, looking at that shot, we need to put the advertising up on the roof as well.
56.
Look at the size difference. I say that if he wins on Saturday, I've got to interview him on stage.
And yeah, and you are the smallest person in the place. So I think you should wind your neck in a little bit.
140.
Stay in my own lane.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, he's a mammoth of a man. Dom the Tower Taylor in here a couple of weeks ago.
139.
Cordecca is
Stephanie
definitely
Require, 80.
one of those. As he walks up to the hockey, it's like going through the magic wardrobe, isn't it? It just everything adds
Game
to
shot on the
Wonderland.
first leg.
That nice
Stefan
little
Belmont.
80 shot there for Belmont. A breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
Hit 1-0
Game
to
on.
the Swiss thrower, who a nice little 14 dart to start. First leg that. And this is a match between two nations of which
85.
are just beginning to grow in a darting sense. We've seen Switzerland really make some kicks, and it's always kind of been a region, and you can attest for this for your travels on the BDO and WDF circuits over the years,
58.
Scott, that Norway's always been a place that's been brimming under the surface, but maybe yet has kind of come to the forefront of the sport, if that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think that you know, I was
60.
lucky enough to travel out there in 2008 on my first year with the BDO, and you know, Norway hasn't had an open since. Superbly organised. You can imagine
99.
quite an expensive place to go to, so it was difficult for some players to sort of be attracted to go there. But yeah, a nation that is, you know, really into their darts and who's now with
100.
sort of Scandinavian tour with the PDC. That's allowing more players to be known, and Thor's obviously doing those sorts of things as well.
100.
Time 40 for
140.
Stefan, leads him on 116 after 12. His average ticks just above the 102 mark.
Nice to our lovely little stat there that he uses an 18-gram dart. I've known Stefan for a
60.
long time, and
Stephanie Require 116.
better half family and everything, and so realised he used such a light dart.
Is he going to make light work of the 116? Tots for 2-0. Drags just below, but he is going to return with Decker not on a finish. Not going to make inroads, and so Belmont comes back for 3
42.
more at double 10.
Stephanie
With
Require
2-0
20.
lead to continue what has been a very good start for the Swiss player at to press. Bit across half an inch where he's eking closer.
Game
And
shot on the
finds his way
second
in
leg.
last dart in hand.
Stefan
And so
Belmont.
Belmont leads this Swiss-Norwegian duel by 2 legs to 0.
Feel like it's
Yeah,
quarter
nicely
throw
done there by
first.
Stefan. He
Game
didn't
on.
panic. You know, when there was two right on the wire, we see a lot of players sort of tut and go and come away and move across. Stayed in the same place and
57.
stayed in control, and double 10 with the last dart.
$100.
Pressure Stefan's composure here. He looks very composed. Not one of those players that gets widely rattled anyway, but it's very good.
42.
See that Thor has got sucked into Stefan's pace of the game.
Is he one of those players, Stefan Belmont, that you get drawn out at a tournament or an event and you think, Oh no, because you know
100.
exactly what you're going to get from him.
Yeah, you do. That's exactly where he has progressed to. Like I said, I've known him for a long while now, and his sort of standard game is a good level, and it's right up there. And if you don't come your game to the party, Stefan will then go from his game and raise it, which is what he's doing exactly now, right on cue.
180.
Beautiful 180, and he'll start to leave you. That's what he'll do.
10 plus averages were something of a non-event as far as Group A was concerned. Well, Stefan Bellman here is averaging in excess of 101 and is looking for 1-2-1 for a double break of foe and a 3-0 lead. Shovel 17 would have left the ball, and so Decker, who hasn't had an opportunity at a double yet, may have to take out the big fish, otherwise he may find himself 3-0 down. Not going to do it, and so Belmont will return, having left double 12 after 12
60.
darts for a 3-0 lead.
Required 24.
Double 6. Freeze.
Game shot.
Found last dart in hand, and a little
Stefan
nod of
Belmont.
acknowledgement there from Stefan Belmont. He accrues the double break. He's averaging just a shade under 96.
Game on.
Cord Decker has had hardly a look in this game so far.
And just doing his own thing. He's
140.
playing his own pace, doing his own thing. So running that mid 90 average. Thing is good in Belmont.
140.
Suppose it's that time of year. You could say if he wins this week, it'll be Jingle Belmont.
You could say that. Could say that, but yeah, it's not close enough to Christmas for me yet. We're not even in December, man.
Oh, Turner came with a Christmas jumper yesterday.
140.
Who the Grinch would be at the Super Series.
I don't know what you're trying to imply
100.
there. H, I don't know what you're trying to imply.
Probably best not to answer that because we'll probably do parcels in it. So luckily, Stefan Bellman has left himself in a position to win the match. 121 after 9 darts for the Swiss, whose average is just under 101. Cord Decker's averaging 90.5, and he hasn't had a look in as far as the doubles are concerned. But he is going to get, at the very worst, he should get a dart at the ball
85.
to get a leg back, and it would be a breaker throw on the back of this 81. 12 and bull. Treble leads double 13. First attempt to the outer ring, and it may well be the only one he gets. Because Bellman is back for double 18 to complete a 4-0 victory. And that was superb from Stefan Bellman. 60 darts to win the match. An average of 100.2 to set a statement out to the field. He beats Cord Decker by 4 legs to 0, who himself averaged just a shade under 90 and only had a dart at double to show for it. It was efficiency of the highest order from Stefan Bellman as he wins the game in 60 darts. A 4-0 win against Cord Decker, and coming up after the break, it may well be the quickest game we see today as Scott Walters takes on Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a start for two players as well, winning 4-0. The debutant Matt Cast, who followed in the footsteps of fellow debutant here at the Super Series, Marcel Walpen, and his Swiss World Cup teammate, Stefan Belmont, also got a 4-0 win, 100 average before the break as well there. Scott Walters enters the action in this group. He's about to take on Danny Lauby, and Walters, well, he went to Serbia at the weekend and won his first ever WDF title. So he's riding the crest of a wave here to the live lounge, and Henry Deacon caught up with him.
Scott, here we are, Super Series once again, and you go into this with a bit of a spring in your step.
Yeah, been a busy 5-6 weeks, but come out on a high, so I'm quite happy with that.
First ranking title under your belt at the weekend, just sum up that feeling.
Well, it's been coming for a while. 5 semi-finals and keep dropping at the last hurdle, but at the weekend I had some good support with me, so I thought I played really well that day, and I think I deserved that win.
When it came to that type of event, that type of fight, do you feel like now was eventually the time for Scott Walters to go and actually win something of that note?
Well, hopefully, yeah. I mean, I'll just keep dropping at the semi-finals, and now I've actually won one. Thinking maybe keep progressing onwards, so we'll see. And the darts are there. It's just getting him in that last point when I need him to count for the right reasons.
So going into today, do you come off the bit of a crest of a wave?
A little bit, but take nothing for granted. Players in dart room, fantastic players on their own merit. So I'm just going to go in there and play my darts. I'm not thinking about them or thinking about what I've done in the past. It's now that counts.
And how much you'd like to get through the Saturday, because you're one of the local players, you can have the Scott Walters Massive down.
That'd be great. I mean, especially when my very good friend Chaz won it last week. I'm very happy for him, so well done, Chaz. So to win this week would be amazing, but like I said, the field is stacked this week, and I'm not going to take nothing for granted.
Well, Scott, wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome back. Fast and rapid game, and Scott Walters obviously very proud of winning his first event. I remember my first one, Swiss Open, ironically. And yeah, once you start winning one, you tend to go on and win a few more. And yeah, I look forward to seeing how he progresses with that. He's a nice enough lad. Up the road at Winchester. Good friends with Chaz Barstow. Yeah, this man, Danny Lauby, he needs no introduction.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
A rapid American.
Game on.
Who's taken time out to be here for the year. Concentrate on darts in the UK.
First things first, as far as Scott Walters is concerned, is the change of equipment that we received from him from the last time he was here.
100.
We've got that clear through lights, but it was rather fluorescent the last time he was here. It's now got shades of red in there.
60.
So going back to your first WDF ranking title, was that in colour TV or was that in black and white?
No, it was in black and white, yeah.
59.
I know you're saying I'm old, and no, I didn't beat any of the three wise men in the final either. You cheeky little chap.
$60.
No, it was God himself.
Yeah. Somebody said about Martin Adams back in the day playing for
60.
England. He's been playing for England so long. Jesus was right back. The opposition. But yeah, no, that's a bit naughty.
Walters here looking to build ahead of steam in this opening leg. He won
95.
his first ranking event of the weekend, these Latibor Masters in Serbia. Beat Moreno Blom by 5 legs to 4. Moreno's been in some really good form recently on that particular circuit. Walters then beat Laszlo Kadar in the semi-finals. Very good player from the Romanian region. Whereas Moreno Blom beat, well,
92.
some absolute unknown in the semi-finals. Some guy called Matthew Edgar. Have you ever heard of him?
Nah, don't cross my
44.
mind.
Scott, you require 94.
But yeah, no, I mean, again, Matt's been out there and doing a few this year, hasn't he? And been playing extremely well. Opens and the way that they are, they're short, they're quick fire, they're very difficult to win. They're not as easy as people would imagine. And yeah, to get one under your belt, superb. So
100.
I think they're taking a choice of going for the treble 20 to try and leave 38. It's Scott Walters for tops for leg one.
Game shot on the first leg.
Right on
Scott
cue,
Walters.
first start. Got another regular at the SDS in Southampton.
Danny to throw
Southampton
first.
Dart Series.
Game on.
That's a local competition. A lot of
100.
players who regularly play in the Super Series on the local area tend to attend. You have the likes, well, even Simon Whitlock attends that particular competition. Tommy Morris, Gareth Cole,
80.
Ryan Finesse appears as well as Chaz Barstow.
Martin Grierson. There's lots and lots that
140.
have been here. And go from there. Even me, even I've been at the SDS when Tommy's picked me up. Yeah, it's good.
This is a fantastic camera angle of a fantastic visit. Walters,
140.
after what was a sluggish start in leg one, has begun to improve in leg two. And same case could be said of Danny Lalby, who really struggled in the opening leg, but has really got his scoring boots going now. Back-to-back 140s has put him first to a finish on throw.
$140.
A lovely camera angle, that one. That's my favourite camera angle, I think. Bullseye for Lalby.
96. Scott, you require 141.
It's so quick. Just so quick. How his eyes get to focus on the target, it amazes me.
Walters cannot take out the 1-for-1, a finish which I've got to give full credit to one of our
81.
people
Require
behind the scenes
25.
who gave us this stat, completed in 3.76 seconds. Ironically, he went for double 18 on the back of it when he's
Game
such a
shot on
good
the
double
second
12
leg.
player.
Danny
He finds the
Lalby.
double 6 with that dart, and he levels this game up at one apiece. 15 dart leg.
Delegate Scott to throw first. Game on.
What we can do is try and hold in 15 darts. And that will give you,
65.
means your opponent's got to do 12 against the throw, which is not impossible, but, and they're not as rare as you think they are, but
140.
does make life very difficult for your opponent if you can be out in that 15 with the throw.
120.
Where is Danny Lalby on the quickest players that you've ever seen scale?
Oh, he's right up there because I'm one of
100.
at the other end. I'm at one of the slowest players you've ever seen, and he's right. I mean, to play him it just tires your eyes out. The likes of him and Ricky Evans, and there's a few. Dave Pallett used to be really
68.
quick back in the day as well. So, yeah, the rat tat tat players, they've got to get that first dart right.
140.
And we've just seen there that first dart wasn't a million miles away. And he was able to go round the side, fill in with 2 in the lipstick. 1-2-1 after 9 and threatening the Walters throw.
Level 17, have left the ball, but it's always a good indication
97.
of the way a
Scott,
player is
you're
playing if they're leaving
105.
those types of shots after 3 visits. 105 for Walters for 2-1. 13 leads double 16. And
Game
2-1
shot on the
Walters
third
leads
leg.
of what is the
Scott
first
Walters.
ton plus checkout of the day. A 105 for Scott Walters to move 2-1 to the goods.
Fullback, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
And again, when you're in the bubble and you've just won a tournament, all those you feel sky high with confidence. Whereas if we were
57.
playing this time last week before he's won that one, would he have got that? Possibly yes, because he's that good a player, but definitely helps with that confidence. You can't beat having a bit of
60.
confidence. You can practice all day long. You've got no confidence in your game when you go to that board, then those types of shots don't
60.
happen.
where you can buy flashy cars and you can buy mansions, but you can't buy confidence.
Yeah, exactly it. No, exactly right. Confidence and belief are the biggest thing in the game.
Suppose you could buy a motivational
140.
speaker.
Yeah, you can, or a mind coach, but to help you
60.
get you in the right place. But yeah, we're a bunch of people who keep everything in. We keep things to ourselves. We're very secretive, our dart players, and stuff that does come out, you don't mind people hearing. But there's stuff
60.
that's inside that you never let out. And then when you get a mind coach, he wants to know all those bits because that's what's stopping you.
Is darts, you think, a little bit behind the curve in
58.
terms of that side of sport? Obviously, we're hearing the news today of Owen Farrell in the world of rugby stepping aside because of mental health reasons. Is darts still a sport that's a little bit behind the times in terms of the mental aspect of the sport and the way that
100.
it is such a mental game then, and it can consume you at times?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think the game can consume you at times. And
58.
there have been players that have come out and admitted it. Even Luke
141.
Humphreys the other day said how he'd gone through a tough patch before this lovely purple patch that he's been in the last sort of 6 to 8 months. And yeah, it's something we need to be aware of because of the game being such a mental game and such a stressful game to play. Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on some of the youngsters around us and make sure that we don't lose them to the game over something silly.
100. Scott, you
Heard from
require
Harry Ward,
16.
didn't we, about that not too long ago, as Scott Walters goes for double 8 to get the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. Oh, and
No
he has
score.
just pipped it above into the double
Danny
11,
require 108.
bursting the score. And so that unforced error has given Lauby a go at 108, but an
60.
opportunity he can't seize
Scott, you
upon.
require 16.
And he's not too impressed with himself either that he didn't get a go at it. Look at him. Disappointed.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott
The
Walters.
breaker throw. That's why Lauby was disappointed.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We know this is a big game as far as the group is concerned over the next couple of days, and
58.
I think Scott Walters will know that too, and know that he's put himself in a prime position here. These are two of the big hitters in the group.
140.
You can say they're a tad unlucky to come out having drawn each other at the start.
60.
But then it could have a spice because obviously the fixtures will be reversed tomorrow. So this would be their final game of the group.
97.
And dare I say it, that one may be needing something from the game to get through. So going to have to stay with us, folks, to find out all the way till tomorrow.
93.
Just a reminder of our transmission times. We are going to be joining our friends on Sporty Stuff TV from 2:30. You can still watch the action on the Super Series YouTube channel. Then we're going to be live from 10 o'clock tonight, both there and here. As Lauby looks at 124 to get a break back and to stay in the match. And it would return the game to throw. And so we'd have the darts send us all the way to a decider. This is already the most competitive match of the day because the first two went by way of a 4-0 scoreline. And so Lauby will return for double 16 after 12 to reduce the gap. Not before a little bit of pressure.
32.
Could have been worse.
16.
But this is for the match.
Require 110.
A chance for Scott Walters here that he never thought he was going to get. 17, and it's double top for the match.
70.
Bent the wire.
Danny requires 16.
Stay in it. Double 8. Shuffles across. Too far across, and now he has to shimmy around, but finds the double 4.
Danny Lauby.
Well, he got his steps in on that visit, Danny Lauby, and he gets the break. Back to 3-2 and back on throw. And look at him, look at the scoreboard, which has a countdown clock at the end of every leg, and he was itching for the seconds to count down.
94.
Yeah, he likes to get on with it. Just Danny. Getting on with it indeed.
140.
Scott Walters.
$100.
Up after this, in the second round of matches, Niall Cullerton will take on Cord Decker. Danny Lauby against Matt Cast, and Stefan Belmont will return to take on the man on your screen throwing now, Scott Walters, who is looking to close in on a 4-2 success.
96.
Because they'll be looking for a ton here to leave him on the 161. Because his dart's going very flat,
60.
he's still able, and you can see the angle, the dart and the board there as he collects them. It's not a stood up angle.
171.
Absolutely filled his boots and left tops after 12.
Well, the last 6 darts may have been tie turners because prior to that, Scott Walters had stolen the darts. He had a dry turn. Lauby with a maximum visit of 171 has left himself tops to send us all the way, and he finds it much better on that target. A 14 darter to take us the distance. 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first.
Yeah, very much so. You didn't see this
on.
coming when Scotty Walters was 3-1 up and having a dart at tops for 110. That's a good start. 7th leg here of this game.
93.
Piles pressure on your opponent immediately. Now he's got to back this early 140 up.
$100.
The one thing Scott Walters has is the full repertoire. But that we know he's a big scoring player, but he can also take out the huge finishing. I remember a Group B campaign where in one night he took out 8 ton-plus finishes in 4 games.
97.
That's impressive by anybody's standards.
Only had one in this game, the 105 to kickstart it.
98.
And maybe he'll finish it for 164. Can't be done now. So Lauby looking for the fish to win it. We've already seen it this week from Adam Hunt on Tuesday. Can Lauby head into the big lake and find the big fish? But not this time.
The first dart looked perfect, didn't it? Absolute perfect to be clattered into to hit a second treble. Scott Walters is going to get a dart, a double 16.
32.
As you can see, he gesticulates. It went sideways.
Tops of the match.
25.
And that would have been to come back from 3-1 down to have completed the job. And so Walters returns to double 16 to get over the line in the end. It was almost a hand of apology there as he got over the line. He was 3-1 up, Scott Walters. He looked in cruise control, but Danny Lauby put on a bit of a spurt towards the end, but Walters hung on in the last leg. A 4-3 victory for the Slatterball Master against the American ace, Danny Lauby. That ends round 1's fixtures for the day. Coming up on the other side of this short break, we're going to watch Niall Cullerton and Cord Decker go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And for the break, we saw Scott Walters get the better of Danny Lauby in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3 to complete the first round's worth of fixtures. Next up for us, Niall Cullerton, who lost 4-0 to Matt Cast, takes on Cord Decker, who was also beaten by a 4-0 scoreline against Stefan Belmont. So both players not just looking for their first win of the day, they were also looking for their first leg of the day. But who gave you the more promising signs in that first round of matches, Scott?
Well, for me, probably it was Cord Decker. I mean, he was just shy of a 90 average and was up against a very good in form Stefan Belmont. So I would say
Niall to throw first.
that Cord Decker on the last match should come out victor, but darts is a funny old game, and
60.
Miles had a chance to go back and try and sort a few demons out in his head, come back out a refreshed man. This is the thing with the Super Series here.
55.
It's not normal for us to keep coming out and playing game after game. Usually it's straight knockout. You're knocked out and you've got overnight to think about things and go off and relax and come back with a different head. Well, here you get 20 minutes, half an hour, and you're back on again. It's not normal for us players to be dealing with losses
58.
and being back straight on so quickly. So this is the big difference with the Super Series. You're not careful,
140.
start losing game after game, you can easily get swallowed up in the whole situation.
Cullerton's got off to a faster start in this game.
123.
Did against Matt Cast, who, well, casted him aside. Pardon the pun.
60.
First to finish, Niall.
80.
And because of the slits with
require
darts 2 and 3,
141.
what should have been an advantageous position for Core has led to Cullerton having 6 darts on this point.
$97.
Not a bad miss hitting a 17 there.
$47. No, we require
Cord Decker this
44.
time round struggling to find his range. Lots for Cullerton. 10s, and he really would have liked to have sunk that nice and early and got it out of the way. In the 19s route, needed 2 single 19s to
82.
go and hit the treble 20
require 20.
to leave himself double top. That was the idea of starting down the bottom, but it's
Game show
double
the
10.
first leg.
Niall Cullerton, and he's much more assured on that throw. Throw with that double 10.
Second leg, it's quarter throw first.
19 dart leg. Having not won a leg so far today, he will be happy with that one on the board.
Yeah, he went on 4 to 5 favourite
140.
to win this match, called Decker 10 to 11 outsider.
$46.
Incidentally, just looking at the setup of Cord Decker, just looking at the barrel, reminds me very much of the Peter Manley dart, the one he was kind of
55.
throwing around 2005, 2006 time, that famous game with Adrian Lewis.
Yeah, very much so. It's sort of a more of a teardrop sort of shape, isn't it?
190.
A barrel which it's kind of coming in. Need to throw something with sort of her here a weekend ago. The ladies series
59.
throwing something sort of similar as it gets fatter to the bottom, and obviously Aspinall uses something of that sort. First time I saw it,
80.
go back to how old I am. I think Leighton Rees used a barrel like that in back in the late 70s. Obviously, my father told me about it. I wasn't old enough.
Max for Decker.
180.
Well, it's been quite a deserted day in terms of maximums. It's only the third all told. But it means that he can try and get the hold
67.
that levels his game up. And he's got 6 and 67 to do exactly that. And he may just sweep it up in 2 darts. Double eight will do for 15 darter for Cord Decker to level this game back up at 1 apiece.
Delegates Niles to throw first.
Tidy marksmanship there from the Sheriff.
I'm still trying to get to the bottom of that quandary
100.
because I find it very hard to believe that you couldn't have shot the deputy if you already admitted to shooting the sheriff.
Well,
100.
the reason behind that is because obviously there is a sheriff and a deputy, and they're 2 different people. But technically, he could have shot the sheriff, but not the deputy.
17.
At MSS Darts, if you've got any thoughts on that. And if you do want to get in contact with us this afternoon about anything darts or Eric Clapton if you want, then please do so on Facebook, Twitter
44.
and Instagram. We will get your messages and communication sent directly to myself and Scott in the commentary box. And you've got this really unique opportunity
100.
to ask a former champion of the world a question. So why not get in touch with us at MSS Darts?
$85.
Bonus points if you're wearing Spider-Man pajamas as well.
59.
Yeah, nice. Spider-Man pajamas. They do them in my size. I don't think they do. I think they look like the Spider-Man suit. Spider-Man pajamas on me. A bit tight.
Well, Decker's potentially threatening a break of throw here in the third leg. Even 132 after 12.
100.
Cullerton himself on a finish now.
132.
Treble 19 now. Not to be.
64.
Back up the top.
Now we require 128
28 left for Cordecker, but Cullerton will start ball, I would have thought. He has. He'll stay there. Oh. Going for the Champagne Charlie shot he was. Four left. Come out to the 16s. Yeah.
69.
Chose the treble 8 route, I believe, there.
Great chance for Cordecker. Going to be a solitary dart at tops.
48.
Oh, that dragged way low.
No, you require 56.
Yeah, very much so. Held on to it just a touch too long, trying to make sure. Now Cullerton. Nicely finished, sir. Nicely finished.
Cullerton.
Bread and butter shots are 56. Those are the ones you've got to tidy up. And I do always say it always feels easier to hit a dart at a double after your opponent has missed.
$100. $41. $100. $140.
Better visit that from Cullerton. To find his range. Right on cue.
41.
Decker starts to lose his, which is the way that it does sometimes work in the game.
$85.
Being in this game, it's
140.
been a little bit all or nothing as far as Cordecca's concerned.
Yeah, I agree with that. It seems to be good one, bad one, good one, bad one at the minute.
95. Call you
Not the
require
consistency
120.
you're looking for. Even if you're only hitting straight 20s and you're hitting 60, you know you're in the right area in the right place. When you start hitting 43s and 45s, although that one looked like a big deflection there, but it does start
44.
to grate. Starts
Call
to
you
grate
require
on your mind and
140.
can sometimes then stop you achieving your goals.
60. Call you require
So it's a levelist
76.
game up at 2 apiece. Cordecca looking at 76. 71 less, so treble 13 might be the option here. Indeed, it is the option for double 16.
60.
Almost rescued the act.
No, you require
Yeah,
80.
almost a situation where I got myself in this. I can get myself out of it. And he just missed out on the double 16 there to get himself out of it. But Cullerton back on tops.
60. Call you require 60.
Threw it a little bit quickly, didn't he? Threw it a little bit quick.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Cordecca.
One's in the bottom corner. If it was a penalty, you'd be over the moon with it.
5th leg is Niall to throw.
Darting
first.
throw.
Game on.
You are thinking, wipe my brow. That was right in the corner. But in is in. We go to 2-2.
60.
Glad you got the penalty talk out the way with early enough because Adam Hunt's in action later on tonight and he's a big Newcastle fan.
140.
Yeah, that was a rather strange one, wasn't it? To say the least.
32.
Same day that the lawmakers wanted to give VAR more powers. But anyway, we digress. Because we're in the midst of battle here. 2-2 between Noel Cullerton and
85.
Cordecca in what is our 4th game of the day. Who just joined us here at the Super Series. We've already seen both of these players lose by 4-0 earlier on in the day to Matt Cast and Stefan Belmont, respectively.
81.
We'll see them in the next couple of games. And in the other match that we've seen so far today, Scott Walters, the game, was up for the task against Danny Lowby. A 4-3 victory for the man from Winchester.
40.
On the back of a victory in the WDF system at the weekend. And it's the WDF World Championship this weekend at the famous Lakeside.
133.
I don't think I've ever known the men's competition to be as open as perhaps this year's is.
No, it does look a very open competition. You know, there's
42.
a few outsiders. Obviously, we saw Leonard Gates here last week. He's sort of like a non-seed that's got to be in the running. An outside bet.
57.
Of course, you have Andy Bartons, who been playing extremely well in the last 6 months of the WDF season.
96. No, you require 138.
So many debutants there as well, so they can take the place in their stride. They can also really set about it, task in hand, and do well. But
98. Call you require 98.
set up there by Cullerton.
Number 19 for the break and a 3-2
James
lead,
on
and
the 5th leg.
Cordecca may have just changed
Cordecca.
this game on a pinhead. A 98 pot combo means that he's now thrown for the match when
Seabeck gets
Cullerton
caught to throw
was sat
first.
on tops to put himself
on.
3-2 up himself.
Yeah, indeed, and won't be happy with that.
60.
Be broken this stage in the game. Can't think about that now. You just got to get your head down and
100.
try and hit a few tons of the 140s in a row and take it back and put it in your own hands.
$60.
He's that tall that he towers almost above the camera, above the
36.
dartboard.
55.
He's that tall. I know that he'll know when it's raining first. Not like you, Henry. You won't know until after he's told you.
100.
I just bow underneath like a weasel.
I want to say you said it, but I can't because that would be robbing somebody else's line.
$28.
Well, Decker here, 186 points away from the match, and it'll be a seismic shift of fortunes following that 4-0 defeat to Stefan Bellman. He did average just under 89.5 in that game, but was only afforded a dart at double. He's actually 7 points worse off here, but he's on the cusp of victory.
Concern for Cullerton here is that kind of one thing went wrong at the end of the last leg, and he was looking lovely until then. And now it's like his world has fallen apart.
Double 20 and Bull. He would expect to come back,
40.
but we know that Cullerton is more than capable of this type of finish.
More than capable. It's not to be this time. Really would like a treble. Oh, not that one. Leaving yourself on 99. He wouldn't have wanted that one. He would have wanted the treble 20, but it's 89 then for Core Decker. Surely going to get a dart at the ball now. That's bullseye for Decker.
64.
Not to be, and now 99. Left for Cullerton, and he has to come back on that awkward number. My favourite ice cream, by the way. We go 10. Went 2, in fact. So I would have gone 10, but he went 2. 25 left.
83.
Chance at a double is gone.
Call your requirement 25.
Forget Mr. Whippy, that was Mr. Snatchy, and this could be a win for Decker if he can find double 8 and double 4. The seal would have been a 4-2 success, but Cullerton's going to get a second bite of the cherry on that double 8 to send us all the way to a decider for the second game running. Indeed, he will. And following a succession of 4-0 results in our first 2 games, the subsequent couple have gone the distance.
7th and final leg is Niall to throw.
Now are we going to see a swing in the game like we had before? Because Cullerton definitely dodged a bullet there to get the 6th leg.
60.
Now going to be a believer. Take this leg with the throw.
$100.
Daddy ton then from Decker.
84.
Mate, a Core Decker, he's nearly thrown down on the treble 20, isn't he? It's quite a... That's how most of us feel when we're throwing at double 3.
Apart from me.
100.
Very true, yes, apart from you.
$100.
Decker had a couple of opportunities to wrap this game up 4-2, but Cullerton has seized the initiative here in the decider and his first to a finish on throw. And Decker needs to pile in a couple of trebles here, you feel?
Yeah, you do indeed, and he needs another.
100.
Not quite to be.
132.
Still there to keep Cullerton honest.
19 would have left the bull, and so Decker wants a roof raiser, a 1-4-4 to complete the job, having already had a couple of match darts to complete the
64.
job in leg 6. If he doesn't convert this, Cullerton may be able to snatch it in leg 7. The 144 won't be completed in this turn. And so Cullerton will return for 68, complete a 4-3 victory, and to get his
96.
first points
Now
on
you
the
require
board
68.
in Group C.
Tops of the match there for Cullerton.
Call you require 48.
Now left the door gapingly wide open for Cordecker. Obviously, there was a draft when the door was open there. He missed the board with the first. It's now double 16. Is that dart going to be handy? No, it is not.
Now you require 40.
Tops of the match. Come back from behind and to survive match darts. Cullerton is off the mark. He gets his first win of Group C, getting the better of Cordecker in a last leg decider 4-3, having evaded match darts in 2 separate legs. Cullerton picks up his first win. He moves on to the board. That's the tail of the tape. It wasn't exactly a classic, but Cullerton picking up the points. That's the most important thing. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the American Danny Lauby in action. He lost out to Scott Walters in his opener, and he goes up against Matt Cars, who had the perfect start on debut. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Niall Cullerton survived match darts from Cordecker to seal a 4-3 victory to get his group campaign on the mark, off the board. And Game 5 sees Danny Lauby return to action. He lost out 4-3 to Scott Walters in his opening match, and he takes on the debutant, Matt Cars, who had the perfect start to life at the Super Series, getting the better of Niall Cullerton by 4-0. The Oz compilers still side with Danny Lauby. 2-7 on he is to win this match. Whilst Matt, if you fancy him to back up his opening game success and be quoted at 5-2.
First leg, it's Danny.
That game was almost a story of
Game on.
Danny Lauby's week against Scott Walters. In that game, averaged 88.06, but was 3 from 13 when it came to the doubles. And if you compare it to
140.
his stats from yesterday, where over the course of the day, he averaged 89.61 and was 30 from 40 on the doubles, it feels like the same old
66.
story of chances being created because of his scoring power, but not being able to be seized upon.
180.
Yeah, you could easily say it looks that way, but now it looks to me like he's opened up here.
45.
With a nice 180-140 combo.
100. 58. Danny require 81.
11 data to kickstart the game. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye and will not
41.
chase the bullseye and will leave himself step fair on tops upon his return.
$40.
Yeah,
Danny require 40.
Cast there, getting caught up in the Danny
Game shot on the
Lauby
first leg.
speed. He
Danny Lauby.
threw those last three fairly quickly. I don't know whether it's because he realised that maybe leg was
Second against
over.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Lauby returned, but important that Matt now settles down.
95.
I would say that was a fast start for Danny
100.
Lauby, but that's probably doing a bit of a disservice.
Yeah, get a look. Matt Cast is holding his dart
140.
as he looks to hold his throw.
100.
Lauby's sort of arm comes back at 90 degrees. It doesn't come any further back from 90 degrees. Back lift.
Very interesting, as you mentioned, the way both players hold their dart, because Matt holds his to the front, and it looks like Danny's holds his the back. You see on the actual design of the dart, there's two different colours to the groove, and there's a little bit of a darker shade groove, and that looks like that's the point where he holds the dart from. As Cast looks for 145, not going to happen on this occasion.
129. Danny record 167.
What a tidy setup on the short irons. He's put himself on the green next to the pin.
131. Matty required 16.
And likewise, Danny Lauby does the same. This is
Game shot
big
on the second
double eight
leg.
for Matt
Cast.
Cast, and he absolutely nails it. Very positive throw. Those are the times where it's very easy to get those wrong with three in hand. Big score from your opponent. You put yourself under pressure, but that just showed to me there that Matt Cast has not taken a great deal of notice of all that. He's a very experienced sort of player at county level.
55.
At county level now play best of 7.
First two legs have been completed in the space of 26 darts. And I know that it's still at a point where we can get a little bit excited, but Danny Lauby here is averaging 116.
100.
Ultimately, still at 1-1. And that's averages are, I use them as just a guide after the game to how you've played.
57.
Whether you've won or lost, it doesn't matter if you've won. The levels and the way that I came through the game. If you're winning, you're staying as part of the team. Winning breeds winning. You do have big averages and lose, but
140.
all that means it's probably highlights that you've missed a couple of chances and made a few mistakes. So not always good to pay too much attention to the averages, and quite often see social media people saying, what average should I be doing to want to play this and what I'll be in that, and just go and enjoy the game. Don't worry about the average.
Game shot.
There you go.
Leg. Danny
nice
Lauby.
little 68 kill there from Danny Lauby. Yeah, going back to, you know, if you feel confident enough to go out and you've been playing at home and practicing at home and Don't worry about what your average is. Just go out and enjoy the game. The game is there to be enjoyed. Get to your local pub, club.
125.
Go and enjoy it with others. That's what darts is all about. It's for the people. It's for the many.
Well, that's a max. The kickstart leg 4 for Danny Lauby. His second of the match. His average now tiptoeing just below the 115 mark. Winning legs of 13, 13, 15 in this
46.
match. It has been a rip-roaring affair thus far. We're not going to have a 9 in this leg.
91.
And we've been fairly critical of Danny Lauby at times this week. But if you actually dig down the stats, he's playing to his type this
100.
year. In terms of average, he's a couple of points up. Yesterday, he was a couple of points up, 89.61 in comparison to a 12-month rolling average of 87.46. Checkout percentage around about the same, around about 1 in 3 visits. So 1 in 3, so you expect him to hit a dart a double if he's got 3 in hand every visit. But here,
43.
he has found a big performance. Looking for the break. He's got 6 on 130. He's going to go for the ball.
105. $43. Danny required 25.
25 for Lauby. Goes across the double 12, his favoured route.
13. Matt, you
Back
require
across at the scoreboard.
144.
Just wondering where his opponent is. Well, his opponent's on 144. He'd like to think he'd go treble 20 here. Oh, no.
On the road cross
88.
route, and so Lauby,
required 12.
his average is just over 106.5.
Angel on
Looks
the
for double
fourth
6 for a
Danny
3-1
Lauby.
lead, and this has been a stupendously good performance from Danny Lauby thus far. He has got the break of Matt Cast, and he is 3-1 to the good and throwing for the match, and what would be a statement victory against the man from Milton Keynes. And Danny Lauby actually these days isn't based too far away. Kind of when he is in the UK, he's kind of in the Midlands area. Plays a lot of events in the Vault Up, in and around Rugby and Cheltenham and places of that ilk.
59. $45.
It's almost like Danny Lauby has gone down narrowly to who he feels is going to be the rival in his group.
134.
And now it looks like he's going to set upon everybody else within it.
Feels like the shackles are off. And might be the same case for Matt as he to pile in a max. It doesn't matter whatever he hits, he's not going to leave himself a finish. So Lauby, 6 starts on 174 to complete a swashbuckling display.
98.
Danny Lauby, 76 points away
44.
from victory.
Danny requires 76.
Averaging over 105.5, 50% on the finishing. And as a dart at tops to seal what was a superb performance. Danny Lauby, with an average in excess of 104, has got the better of Matt Cast by 4 legs to 1. Lauby with winning legs of 13, 15, 16 and 15. A 4-1 win for Danny Lauby. Coming up next, Stefan Belmont in action against Scott Walters.
Hello there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series where we are welcoming viewers who are watching us on Sporty Stuff TV. We've seen 5 matches so far. They were shown live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and here's what has happened. Matt Cast, a debutant, a 4-0 victory for him. Stefan Belmont with the same scoreline, and then 3 players all holding their throw. Belmont back in action next. He takes on Scott Walters in the next game. Walters fresh from winning a first WDF title in Serbia at the weekend, and Belmont fresh from a brilliant run. He's won his last 5 matches. Commentary team today, Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon to everyone joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. For action from the MODUS Super Series, Stefan Belmont against Scott Walters is our first game on Sporty Stuff TV. It's myself and Scott Mitchell, the 2015 champion of the world, in commentary, and it's been a superb afternoon, and Danny Lauby really has set the stall alight, an average of 104.32 in a 4-1 victory against Matt Cast. We asked what Danny Lauby can provide in this group, and he's given us an emphatic answer.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been disappointed going down 4-3 to what is probably his main rival in the group in Scott Walters. And wow, did he come back with that game against Matt Cast. 104. Wow, wow, wow.
Six more.
Is that not putting a statement on the group? I think it is.
Well, it may well be, but our first game is Stefan Belmont against Scott Walters. Walters, who accounted for Danny Lauby, a 4-3 victory in his first game of the day. But Stefan Belmont provided the other ton-topping performance in the group, a 4-0 success against Cord Decker with an average of 100.2, 60 darts to account for the man from Norway, and 4 for 9 when it came to the doubling. The odds compilers have Stefan Belmont as the 8-11 favourite to go on and win this match, while Scott Walters, even money, which is quite interesting when you look at the actual odds to win the group, because they had Scott Walters out as the 7-4 favourite to win Group C, and Stefan Belmont the 5-2 second favourite. So they fancy Stefan in this match, but maybe not in terms of the group.
No, absolutely. And
First man gets Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Before, when Stefan's been here, he's had a really good week, so I can understand why the bookies feel like that. He did have a good opening win today, so we know the odds change as the days go on, and as the day goes on sometimes. And I think that's the interesting thing about this game of darts. You just never know what's going to happen. We can always hope as players we know what's going to happen because it's in our hands, but it doesn't always sometimes go the way you wish
60.
it to go. And in this one, Stefan knows that now that Scott has beat Danny Lauby, he wants to continue
60.
up the table here. Stay top as he is currently at the moment, Stefan Belmont. He's got to get some sort of win here in this game. I like players to
60.
be like that. I like them not to think about scenarios. I like them to just go and play the game in front of them. Just go win it and then have a look at the table after. Don't try and sit there and work out what you need to do. We're too early in the day for all that anyway. But I understand that you know who your main rivals are going to be for that group. And that can sometimes, if you do, it can affect
180.
your game against them.
It's a bit like a football team in a title race going up against a team in the top 4 and getting all consumed by that game.
That's absolutely it. And there we go. We've got 2 180s there already, back to back.
Belmont may keep up his trend of winning every single leg,
Stephen, you require 160.
or keeping a trend of an average of 15 darts a leg if he can pile in the 116. It'll still be done if he can just nudge one into the treble 20 bed. And now double 18 for Belmont. For what is only the second ton topper of the day. A 116 for Stefan Belmont and a 15 darter playing to his type and leads 1-0.
Scott to throw first.
And that was to hold his throw as well. I mean, that was a big, big shot to hold your throw. And like I said earlier, in the game earlier, he looks very composed. He looks very impressive, and nothing seems to be going to fluster him, and he's just going to go through the motions and do his own thing. It's very impressive to see.
I had a little chat with Stefan this morning. He was the first player into the venue. And saying the first couple of days, he felt like he was throwing okay, but everything was just moving just like an inch either side of where he wanted the dart to go to. He just felt like no matter how well he threw it, just something that was just lurking either side. But he felt that yesterday
140.
that everything was feeling smooth. It was entering the board nicely, and we saw a elevation in his level of performance as a consequence of that.
85.
Yeah, indeed. He's one of the ADC qualifiers from European region as well. And I know that they've got a big tournament coming up. The first one there, Benelux Masters, which is a series they're gonna, it's an open tournament, and anybody that goes to that one who is able
100
to qualify for here, the MODUS Super Series, I think the top 4 from that one, that's on the 17th of December. Sunday, the 17th of December, so people across Europe will be heading the Benelux Masters with the top 4 getting a spot here at the MODUS Super Series. So we keep saying how the ADC is improving, and we've only got to look here. There's 3 ADC players in this group, and it's only going to continue as the ADC grows across sort of like the UK and Europe.
The bullseye for Belmont, but it just crashes into the barrel of the first dart. And so Walters is back for the square ton to level up at 1 apiece, having already survived the break point. He's looking for tops.
80.
The second one just drags below, much to his frustration.
25.
Not happy with himself with that miss at the second dart of tops. And that's why, because he knows Stefan finishes nice and cleanly. 2 from 3. Stefan Belmont on the outer ring. It's those fine lines. Make differences in these tight games.
140.
Little touch on the back of Scott's shirt, the back of the collar. Memory of his dad who sadly passed, and Scott spent a lot of time. His dad cared for his dad. There you go on the back of the shirt there. And since passing has tried to make this sport his profession.
60.
Was something that spoke very eloquently about here at the Super Series, about how memory he wants to become a professional darts player. He wants to
100.
achieve a number of things in the sport. Won his first ranking title. Made it through to a Champions Week, but that was as an alternate in Series 2. So would love to do it as a
100.
weekly winner if he's to do it this time around.
$100.
Belmont still in command here on his throw. Level 20 will only reiterate it. Maybe could have gone for a 25 with the last leave him a 2-darter there. But I bet he was thinking, now I've got a 140 here. That dart was sat nicely in the treble 20.
81. Stephanie record 101.
Now chasing the game a little. And treble 20 here with Belmont. Is he going 1 or is he going 9? He's gone 9, so it's double 16.
69.
Right on the wire. Scott Walters back on 177. He can only set up and hope.
Well, Stefan Bellman has still not dropped a leg so far today. If he wins this leg, It would be 7 on the spin to kickstart Thursday for the Swiss.
40.
Double
Stephanie
16
required 32.
to keep up an unblemished start. Nice guide. But he can't follow it up, and so just up to double 8.
Game shown
Finds
the
that
third
3-0
leg.
Belmont.
Stefan Belmont.
And he's still got an unblemished record at the beginning of Thursday here at the Super Series. Scott Walters is thinking what has hit him.
Scott to throw first.
The 90 average
Game
for the
on.
Swiss, which has just been brought down because of a couple of double misses.
Yeah, and he's got to
43.
say, Stefan Belmont there, 42% on his doubles. That's been the difference in this game between the two players.
100.
He's given himself chances. Walters has not really had his scoring boots on in this one.
85. $100.
Ton, which means that we may be 5th of the way towards a red pen leg, and Scott Walters is seeing red a little bit there as he chunters to himself following a single one, followed up by a second.
62.
Brave last start there for Scott Walters.
$180.
Closing in now, average just under 96. 121 points away from a second successive 4-0 win. Walters needs the lot, finds the lot to keep him on a finish, but Belmont for the match and to make it 2 successive 4-0 wins to start the day. 121. It's going to be double 14 for the match for Stefan Belmont.
93. Scott, you're 131.
Twenty will leave double top.
Stephanie required
But will he
28.
return? So it's Stefan Belmont. Win this match against a rival for the group. And he
Game
does
shot
it
and
with
the
one
match.
dart.
Stefan Belmont.
It's a 4-0 win for Stefan Belmont. A 95 average for him. He's yet to lose a leg today. As we can see, 95 average there, and it's the 44% checkout rate. It's all right getting to a double. It's getting yourself out. We're heading to a short break, and we will return with Niall Cullerton against Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Stefan Bellman's picture-perfect start continued before the break. A second successive 4-0 victory, this time against Scott Walters, means it is 2 from 2, having won 8 legs from 8. Well, next up for us, Danny Lauby put in the performance of the day so far. An average of 104.32 in a 4-1 victory against Matt Cast. He takes on Niall Cullerton, who got the better of Cordecker in his second game of the day, having lost his first match 2-0 against Matt Cast. The 36-year-old from Kilkenny in the Republic of Ireland, their WDF World Cup captain, up against the now 30-year-old from Terre Haute in
First leg is
Indiana.
Niall to throw first.
Played in 2 World
Game
Championships. Owen Binks is our referee today. Man from Colchester in Essex.
100. $59.
I suppose, Scott, the big question is, can Danny Lauby back up the heroics from last time out?
Yeah, absolutely. The
95.
stats would say so. These two have played each other 3 times this week already, and it's 2-1 in matches to Danny Lauby.
100.
He'll be feeling confident coming into this, particularly off the back of that 104 at a masterclass
39.
that was in the end on our debutant Matt Cast.
60.
As we know with darts, very difficult to repeat those averages, and actually said
60.
the same last week with Leonard Gates. He did 105. I said, can he actually go back and repeat that? And he did. He did exactly 105 next leg, but then dropped off on Saturday night
140.
in the final, unfortunately for him, where he became the bridesmaid once more on finals night. But it's always very difficult to back up those big 100 averages.
Well, Alpy's going to be at the lakeside
23.
come the weekend, and
42.
if he can play at the high level, he's got every chance of winning that event. I think the one question mark we will have
100.
is over the long set play formats. When you get to first to 4 sets and then first to 5 later on in the tournament, whether he can keep that standard going without having a
45.
tail off.
Danny required 42.
Yeah, the set play is so different to play. I haven't played there many
Range on
times
the
myself.
First leg. Danny Lauby.
It's one of those games where you could think, right, I'm absolutely flying here, and you
Second
can take the
against Danny
first
to
set,
throw first.
3-1,
Game
whatever, against a throw, lovely. But then it feels like it all starts again, and you're back to another best of 5.
78.
It's playing a series of best of 5s. It's very difficult to stay in the game constantly the whole time. There are going to be sets that you're going to lose, and you have to
46.
kind of accept that before you go to the board. Otherwise, you go to the board and then start getting upset because you're losing sets. Then before you know it, you lost 1, you lost 2, and then you're out of the
140.
game. So it's a very different format, and I think Danny is in and out of the game at times where he's, with flashes of brilliance, and then he drops off, and
66.
he can't allow himself to drop off. He's got to, the players that do well in that set format are those guys that are doing 85s to 95s consistently, set after set.
99.
And that's the way that you get through the set play. So he's going to have to find that. I'm not saying he hasn't done it, because he has done that this week. And if he finds that what he's done this
60.
week, that high 80s average as a consistent average, then that's going to make him very difficult to beat. And then somebody's got to step up and do something special.
144.
Well, that is the setup of dreams. A 144 to leave himself tops after 12 to race into a 2-0 lead, and
100. And he required 40.
average ticking just under the ton. Double 10
Game
is
on the
found for
second leg.
Lauby, and
Danny
is
Lauby.
found for a 2-0 lead. And he is backing up that 104 average from the last game. And it should be said as well, even in defeat, Scott Walters
Game on.
averaged 88. But this really is a purple patch for the drummer from Indiana.
81. $60.
Noel Cullerton here, you know the answer to the problem. You've got to start hitting that red bit in the middle of that treble 20. Stay consistent.
121.
That's better from Cullerton.
Just having a look at Danny Lauby's hometown of
134.
Terre Haute in Indiana. The name of the town is actually derived from the French phrase Terre Haute, meaning highland.
60.
It was named by French-Canadian explorers and fur trappers to the area in the early 18th century to describe the unique location above the Wabash
100.
River. At the time, the area was claimed by the French and British, and these highlands were considered the border between Canada and Louisiana, which at that point wasn't a part of the
59.
United States.
Well, every day's a school day, Henry. Thank you very much for that.
137. $81. Danny requires 70.
Averaging just a couple of ticks under the ton, and this for the double break. Tops.
Game
3-0. Lauby a leg away, averaging 98.02. 2 breaks to his name. He is in
Four-legged Danny to throw
scintillating
first.
form now as
Game
the
on.
American.
60.
And Noel Cullerton a little bit out of sorts here again. Struggling to find a rhythm.
45.
And I find this, I have a problem with this at times and just keep drumming into my head line and length, and it will come back.
140.
But when you've got an opponent playing exactly how Danny Lauby is, you're under constant pressure to try and get it back.
Ironically, for Danny Lauby drumming it in, he is a
83.
drummer by trade. But it was either drumming or darts for Danny.
60.
And he is hoping that he'll be moving to the beat of the Super Series Symphony come Saturday night.
100.
Man who by day likes his rhythm and blues and hoping by night that the darts does its dues.
100.
Reeling them off now, mate. You're reeling them off now.
Danny Lauby's reeling them off. 1-4-1 for the match.
83. Danny
And
requires
another superb
141.
display, and it'll be a 4-0 win against Noel Cullerton. And he has got 6 for the match.
60.
Cullerton with an outside chance here with a couple of trebles, but
100. Danny
his
requires
fifth score of
81.
100 during the match. So it's 12 for bullseye.
56.
Not to
Niall
be this
require
time
90.
for Danny Lauby. Another 20. Or leaving the bullseye.
65.
Not to be for Cullerton
Danny
either.
required
Bullseye
25.
evades both players.
That was Cullerton's first dart at double in the match. But he's
13.
going to get more because Danny Lauby
No,
has
you
missed
require
another 2 match
25.
darts at double 12. Cullerton elects for double 8 from 25
Game
and
shot on the
finds a
fourth
double
there.
8 to
Niall
get a break
Cullerton.
back, to move it to within 3-1 and to just give himself a bit of an outside
Fifth-legged
squeak in
Niall
this
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
Yeah, break a throw as well.
$100. $59.
Adjustment not so good there from Lauby on that visit.
$60. $60. $81.
Well, Danny Lauby, who comes from Terre Haute, Indiana, the crossroads of America, his week could have been at a crossroads after the way Wednesday ended. He's
60.
visibly getting himself hit up at times towards the end of his Group A campaign. But one thing he's done very well today is keep all of his emotions in check.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a big part of the game. And gonna win legs
100. Now we require 160.
easily, you're going to lose legs you shouldn't lose. And it's how you react to those. Sometimes you've got to look at it and go, you know what, I was just outclassed
140.
there in that leg. And it's kind of what's happening to Danny Lowry in this one. Oh, Cullerton, he gets that leg on the board and then all of a sudden he looks a different player.
58. Now we require 20. Game shot in
And
the
back
fifth
to
leg.
3-2.
Niall Cullerton.
And Danny Lauby, there must be a case of the tortoise and the hare, where Lauby haired
So
off
against
in this
Danny to
match
throw first.
into a
Game
3-0 lead. But Cullerton has just slowly but surely worked his way back in the match to the sort of point now where Lauby can see Cullerton in the rearview mirror. And if he's
100.
not careful and he doesn't do the right things at the right time, he may see himself overtaken on the last lap where the checkered flag is.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. And you feel, though, that last start there needed to be that treble 20 to
97.
just make Danny think, hang on, here he comes. But it was a big 5. And I know what happened there. Cullerton was trying to thunder his dart into the other two that were already
76.
perfectly positioned to bump off them, but didn't kind of happen that way.
60. $140. 56.
Big visit this for Cullerton. It may see where the tide moves in this leg.
85.
And that's a start which keeps him on a finish, but a very big one. And so Lauby, even with a treble,
58.
he can't find. We're putting
Now
himself
you
in charge
require
in the leg.
155.
Cullerton to send us all the way. Lauby looked like he was going to win this to 0 at one point. This is his options.
I'd go bullseye. I would have done on that,
97.
so that then
Now
I
you
would have been
require
coming back
130.
possibly for 90.
Treble 20 for the bull. Not to be for Lauby this time.
47.
And so
Now you
Cullerton,
require 58.
who was on the brink of a drubbing, is going to have a couple of darts at tops here to
Game shot on
send
the
us all
sixth
the
leg.
way.
Niall Cullerton.
Danny Lauby accrued the double break. He found himself 3-0 up, but he's been
7th and
clawed
final
back
against
by
Niall to throw
Cullerton, who
first.
now
Game on.
has the darts to win the match. Yes, some limbering up time, Danny.
43.
Yeah, I've been looking for a good start there, but it was the wrong treble, wrong side the wire, and well, he's jumped in.
100.
Tom will keep for now for Lauby, but if Cullerton double treble visit, which he hasn't
45.
done, the throw is turned already in Lauby's favour.
140.
Big visit for Lauby. 2 trebles are like gold dust at this present moment in time. Both players have been involved in the last stage
81.
decider already today. Lauby lost his. Cullerton won his.
100.
Looks like fortunes may well reverse for the pair here.
Yeah, Lauby's definitely kicked on.
26.
40-ton ton
161.
scores in this leg for Lauby against the throw. 25 in his last.
57.
No. Back for 104. Cullerton will have to start downstairs here. And get a. Maybe I would have maybe gone up and hit a
53.
couple of
Now
trebles
require
myself.
104.
not to be. Tops it is for Laube,
64.
and that one looked rushed that last start, but he's got time on his hands.
Look of bemusement on the face of Danny Laube, but he calms himself in the background, steady himself for 3 more match starts at tops.
47.
He had the opportunity to get this done to nil. He's now got the opportunity to win it in the final leg, or what would be back-to-back victories. Double 10 is found for Danny Laube to get over the line in the end. He came racing out of the traps of the American. He was then penned back in by Niall Cullerton, who forced the last leg decider, but it was Laube who just found a couple of big scores in that last leg that gave him the opportunity to win the match, which he duly took advantage of on double 10. So Laube, a 4-3 victor against Niall Cullerton. And coming up after the break, we're going to see Kåre Dekker in action. The Norwegian takes on Scott Walters.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've just seen Danny Laube sort of jump over the line 4-3 against Niall Cullerton in our last game. In this one, we bring you Kåre Dekker, Scott Walters. Kåre Dekker is still searching for his first win of the day. Giant of a man known as the Sheriff. Not had the run of the green so far. Scott Walters, he opened up with a big win against what will be, we feel, his group rival, Danny Laube, but then Bell at the second hurdle, 4-0 to Stefan Belmont. Now, Stefan Belmont also hasn't dropped a leg yet, so this whole group is turning out to be a bit of a barn burner.
First leg, it's
because it's only two go through from
Game
Group
on.
C. The man from Winchester here needs a big win against Kåre Dekker, who is yet to have won.
137.
Yeah, this is a big game for Scott
60.
because what we did see from game 1 to game 2 was a bit of a drop in performance. A drop around 6 points in terms of the average. He only had one done at double.
140.
So we should caveat the fact he took on a Stefan Belmont who has been, well, quite imperious so far. He hasn't dropped a leg all day as the Swiss.
And I know after this game that there are still 7 games
60.
left for Scott Walters, but for me, I'm worrying about that -3 leg difference. The leg difference is, I feel, going to come into this one. There's 3 or 4 that are putting their nailing their flag to the mast sort of thing,
95.
and maybe doing a few things that we didn't expect them to do. Some of them, but fact of the matter is, the 2 spots, and as the day goes on, and as tomorrow starts, the players start thinking about positions in the
97.
table. They
We
start
require
thinking,
129.
and then they start looking back and going, oh, if only I'd have done this yesterday. You can't think like that. You've got to get in here and get it done before you have to start thinking about it tomorrow.
Well, Decker was looking
73.
at getting the 129 done, but then had a severe bounce out on the second dart. Not that it's going to do him any damage in this leg.
98. Call your require.
Bounce outs on this type of board are rare. They generally hit right on the corners where the wires join.
38.
Remember back to the old-fashioned wires. That were the old round wire boards. They were bouncing out of there for fun.
60. Call your require.
And the
18.
dart points were slightly harder than the wire material that they were made from.
Double 4 to eventually
Game shot on
tiptoe
the
over the
first
line
leg.
in that leg, which
Cool,
he
Decker.
absolutely dominated. Scott Walters was just slowly but surely creeping and
against Scott to
creeping
throw
closer to
first. Game
core,
on.
but Decker keeps him at bay to lead 1-0.
Yeah, going back to what I was saying there, the round wire boards, the round wires were made of a metal that was softer than the points were made. So lots of people would
115.
probably back in those days would not want their points to be sharp, so that they would go round the wire. You don't want them to hit the wire and dig into the wire because it would just hit in like a wall and just drop down because it
100.
couldn't actually penetrate the wire. So, and there was obviously the staples to have to try and avoid as well, to hold the wires in place. The actual wires, that's called a spider. So they hold the spider in place. But yeah, played on those boards for many years, and obviously all the early dart stuff. If you want to see a round wire board, just go and jump on
43.
YouTube and watch a few games from back in the day, and you'll see the odd dart bouncing around all over the place, which is where I think then there came a spring-loaded dart, which got banned in the end, I think,
84.
so that the spring would push the point around the wire. Now we look at today's modern boards and modern darts, and you think, how far the game has evolved. How much further can it go? That's my question. How much further can we take it?
To the point where we may not
99.
even be able to physically see the wire, maybe. Who knows? Who knows where we go?
Back in the day, everybody had big brass darts and nobody was worried about getting 3 in the treble 20. If
123.
you had a couple of players in your league in one season hit a 180, they were the heroes of the league. And now there's hundreds happening a week, no matter what dart league you play in. There's 180s happening right the way through all your leagues. So it's definitely evolved as a game, and it's
80.
still going forward, I believe. The standard is still going forward.
There's a family member of mine who's slightly older scale, who's got 50-gram darts, which are
42.
nicknamed the Bunker
Scotty require
Busters.
164.
164 for Walters to level this game up to 1 apiece. Down for 2 treble 19s, doesn't find it, and cogs are continuing to whirl round for Walters, who since that 4-3 success against Danny Lalby has failed to have won a leg since.
84. Call your record 152.
That trend will continue if Decker takes the 152 out.
Walters here starting to get a little bit over agitated with himself. He's, you know, he's a long way in front and not so much now, but
Nice to go straight for tops on the 80 approach, but he misses the big single and then
55.
can't find
the
big number on the 15. He eventually then lands into the treble, and Decker 108 to condemn the tale of woe for Walters. He's there for the double. Shanghai 18s is found for the break-in for 2-0. And that may well be a breaker throw that severely hurt Scott Walters. It was a leg that he should have won. The leg
gets quarter through first.
That ends up in his opponent's hands. And Decker has the game in his hands at 2-0. It has to be said, Scott
85.
doesn't look 100% comfortable on stage.
definitely not comfortable with something, is he?
60.
Not quite sure what it is.
Because you would have expected, and
85.
speaking to Scott this morning, he was in very good spirits following that victory at the weekend at these latter ball Masters. Realistically, he should be going into this in the, well, in the form of his life.
Yeah, definitely. And
60.
It's really strange with confidence. Confidence, takes a long, long time to gain some confidence, but it takes just a few moments to lose it all.
125.
Is the pressure of that win, has that got to Scott? I don't know him well enough. I know him, but I don't know him well enough to know
60.
whether that sort of thing has got to him. He looked really good in that first game today, and then has the 4-0 against Stefan Belmont sort of dented the confidence.
41.
And now he's overthinking things. He looks to be throwing every dart with it in his mind. You know, he looks to be feeling every dart.
Can it sometimes be the case as well when you're on stage that when something isn't quite happening, you can try too hard to try and rectify the problem?
Yeah, you can. And then you have to just go to the point of
91.
in your head, look, I've done all the trying. I've done all this. I'm just going to relax now, and I'm just going to throw the things. Becker left himself on a bogey, but he's no problem with Scott Walters back on 230. And what a setup that was.
The way Scott throws the darts,
60.
he wants that first dart
Well,
below the
required
treble bed. There's
28.
now a few that are sailing above, and so that means the treble 20 bed
Game
gets
shot on the
smaller as
third leg.
Decker
For
finds the
Decker.
double 14 to make Walters' hopes of winning this match smaller. He leads 3-0 as the giant Norwegian.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott and a war of words of himself.
Yeah, which they're coming out loud. We can't hear that from our commentary box. That can
100.
put the other player off, or it can actually help them because they know exactly that you're not feeling good.
137.
Well, Decker's just keeping up with the task, averaging 89.5 and 50% of the doubles. And of course, that 108 finish in the middle of the
100.
match as well. The third ton-topping finish of the session so far. We saw Scott get a 105 in his opening game, a 4-3 success against Danny Lalby, and Stefan Bellman a 116 in his game against Scott. So Scott, who's hit a ton top, has now had 2 hit against him today.
59.
And it looks like Walters is going to be on the receiving end of defeat, and Decker potentially as little as 6 starts away from completing a 4-0 rout.
Yeah, and I feel Scott's at the point here where I was just saying he's now got to the point where he's done all the trying. I've now just got to let him go.
Not nice to watch, because we know what Scott can do.
132.
But Decker doing a professional job in getting the job, it seems, done.
74.
Leaves himself in the end with a single to double combination to complete a 4-0 victory.
59.
So 58 required for Core Decker and a 4-0 win. Going to be tops. Double top for Decker. Is enough to win in the game by 4 legs to nil. Core Decker with a professional performance, an 89 average and 4 out of 8 on the doubles. Scott Walters, well, it was a bit of a struggle for him in the end. Visibly in some kind of discomfort. A 4-0 win for the Norwegian with an 89.73 average and 50% when it came to the doubles. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Stefan Belmont, who hasn't dropped a leg so far today, as he takes on Matt Cast. So welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Core Decker get the better of Scott Walters by 4 legs to nil, doing so with an 89.73 average and 50% when it came to the finishing. Talking about players who haven't conceded legs today, Stefan Belmont is word perfect so far, having won all 8 of the legs that he has played so far on Thursday at the Super Series. The Super Swiss is in action against Matt Cast, who also has a 4-0 victory to his name, having got the better of Niall Cullerton by that scoreline in his debut match. He then proceeded to lose out to Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1, but Lauby was in beast mode, 104.32 he averaged in that particular match. Cast, a 44-year-old from Milton Keynes with over 250 appearances for his county of Buckinghamshire, takes on the 34-year-old from Cham in Switzerland, Stefan Belmont, Challenge Tour event winner in 2022. And Belly is hoping
Matt to throw first.
to be the big winner
Game
come
on.
Saturday night here at the Super Series. And add Switzerland to the Roll of Honour of nations that made it through the Champions Week. And if Switzerland does prevail, either him or Marcel Volpen, there'll be the 13th different nation represented at Champions Week in 6 series of the MODUS
100.
Super Series. But as far as today's concerned, Scott, Stefan really has been in a league of his own.
Yeah, he has so far, and you have to say he's been good value for it as well. But he's got
41.
a tough game here because obviously mentally now that he's won 4-0, 4-0, he'll be hoping that he can do that again and keep his
100.
nice little tally of legs difference up there. But as we know, Matty Cast, he was unfortunate there. He played Danny Lauby that was right on form. He wasn't doing a lot wrong himself, to be fair.
140.
He was being outplayed, and it's very difficult when somebody's doing that 100-plus average against you. Keep your motivation to try and keep hitting those treble 20s and just staying there. So I don't think
80.
we've seen the best of Matt Cast yet, for sure. Even though he won that first game 4-0, I think he's got some more to show us. I think he still could be one of the surprises of this group.
100.
Start to this first leg, but also Stefan, because he's won those first couple of games 4-0, he's inadvertently, as a result of that, going to have a target now on his back.
45.
Yeah, of course he is. And when players don't kind of step up and start doing that, he's just got to continue to do the averages that he's been doing and be that steady average and win the race with that. And say, you know, I'm putting this game up here.
140.
You've got to come and get me, but don't expect me to sit at that level. I'm going to come with you as well if you do that.
80. Stefan, you require 80.
So 80 for Belmont goes the traditional route. Double 10. Will break a throw in the opening
60.
leg. It doesn't go, and
Mate, you
so
require 96.
Cast is back for 96 to take out the opener.
Did a
40.
93 earlier today.
Stefan, you require 20.
That Cast, but not to be this time on the 96. So Belmont gets back to double 10 for a
Games on
break
the first leg.
and makes no mistake
Stefan
this time.
Belmont.
So 1-0 to the Swiss, courtesy of a break of throw, and that means it's now 9
Second
legs
Stefan
in,
to throw first.
in succession, without concession for the Swiss. See Matt Cast wearing a shirt with a poppy on, and actually on the back of
60.
the shirt it has all the words to the Lawrence Binyon poem For the Fallen. Lest we forget on the
140.
right sleeve, and there you go, the words of the Lawrence Binyon poem For the Fallen, which was written during the Great War of 1914 to
45.
1918. A great reminder as well of those who have
61.
born for whoever involved in that particular conflict and other conflicts as well. We've seen James Richardson wear similar types of shirts as well to remember troops in various conflicts.
100.
I know that the remembrance period has passed, at least here in the United Kingdom anyway, but it's a poignant reminder
83.
that we get the opportunity to enjoy doing the things that we do on a daily basis, and perhaps we take for granted on a daily basis because of the sacrifices that
96.
people have made in various conflicts for our freedoms.
Yeah, indeed.
57.
Great stuff, mate. Indeed. We had a little question earlier from Dan Cross, didn't we, on
121.
social
Number
media?
160.
Little look through the draw, and I both in agreement that Kevin Dirts and Stowe Bunce could cause a problem for Michael Smith if he
44.
plays similarly to how he did in Minehead. Another one I'm interested in is the Luke Littler Christian Kist
Game shot in the second
first
leg.
round.
Stefan Belmont.
The winner of that taking on Andy Geldin.
That's 10 legs in a row now for
Well,
Stefan
against Matt
Bellman on the back of that
first. Game on.
79. He leads 2-0. He is yet to drop a leg so far today. In matter of fact, he won his last game yesterday, 4-0 against Niall Cullerton.
97.
The last time he conceded a leg was in
140.
leg 5 of the game against Marcel Wolpen. So he's now won 15 legs in a row.
But who's counting, Henry? Who's actually counting? Oh, that must be you.
Connor Scott has had a record of
85.
16 legs in a row with the Super Series, back when the tournament was Southampton-based. Bellman is putting in a purple patch, the like of which we may have never seen or may never see again.
134.
You know your darts, you do, Henry, don't you? You knows darts.
Right. Spending too much time with you, Scott, you see.
85.
Absolutely full of
Require
stats, me.
170.
All about tractors, mainly.
Oh, hello. Well, the thing is, it could be
84.
15 and out, because Cast here could cast aside any talks of potential leg records here.
Bit of in shoulder in that last one from Matty Cast there.
85. Might you require 86. $46.
And nicely tidied there from Matt Cast.
106.
Can Stefan Belmont save his record run?
He could, you know. He might, you know. He
86.
doesn't.
Might you
For the
require
time being.
40.
It was tops for Matt Cast. A little bit off. Tens.
35.
Nobody can win a
Seven
leg
required,
against
20.
Stefan Belmont at the minute. Double 10. For a
Games on the
sweet
third
16
leg.
in a row for Stefan Belmont.
Belmont.
The double break, a 3-0 lead. This is a remarkable one
Fourth leg,
from the
it's Stefan
Swiss.
to throw first. Game on.
What we're saying here then, Henry,
100.
if he wins this one, he goes into the record books, does he? Of MODUS Super Series.
We'll need confirmation and clarification of that. But I know that there's been a 16 before
83.
we moved here. Don't think it's been surpassed to such a scale. But we will get that confirmed. But what we do know is it's 16 in a row. And it could be 17 in a row as he
180.
conjures up a max. As he looks for yet another 4-0 success.
120.
He's 221 points away from it. But more importantly, take out records and statistics aside, the important thing is he'd go 3 from 3. He'd be the first player 1 to 6 points in the group. He'd be the only 100% record. It's back-to-back maximums. He's on the cusp now of a 4-0 win. He's averaging just under a ton. Whatever you want to throw at in terms of praise at Stefan Belmont, you might as well do right now.
Well, that's his 5th 180 of the day. That's what I can throw at him.
$97. Stephanie required 41.
Matt Cast, having had the chance to win a leg, is now staring 4-0 defeat in the face.
Double
Game
16
shot on the
for a
mat.
4-0 win for Stefan Belmont once again. An 11-dart leg, an average of 98.5. They can't get close to winning a leg, let alone a match. Stefan Belmont has been Stefan perfect so far. A 98.56 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles. What a day this is becoming for the Swiss so far. He hasn't dropped a leg. Everybody else is legless against him. Coming up after the break, Danny Lauby and Cord Decker.
Welcome back. Well, what an interesting day. What a start to Group C here, Scott, at the Super Series. A lot of dominant victories, and most of them coming from Stefan Belmont.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that he's gone through the card there, he's rode his luck a little bit at times, but hey, as a dart player, you don't mind having to ride your luck as if you're winning 4-0.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Belmont. We'll talk about him in a moment, but first of all, let's just focus on another one of the players in the group. Danny Lauby is about to play again. His day has started not the best with that defeat, but he's bounced back with a couple of wins of his own.
Yeah, but it wasn't a major defeat. It was a 4-3. It was probably against somebody who thought was going to be at the top of the group with him. So to only go down by the odd leg, that's not a bad thing. And then he's turned the afterburners on since then, did 104 average, which just slipped by him, and now he looks kind of in control of everything that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 out of 3 wins for him. 3 out of 3 wins for Stefan Belmont. But more impressively, 12 out of 12 legs.
Yeah, look, I've been here. That's hard to reel off 12 in a trot in the clientele that are here, you know. So, yeah, a very special thing, and I hope he realises at the end of the day and he can enjoy that moment.
Yeah, we're just watching each one of these scorelines here turning into a 4-0. Absolutely superb stuff. And he finished 4-0 yesterday as well. So as you guys were saying in comms, 17 successive legs won now by a guy who actually had 5 straight defeats earlier in the week.
But even when he was in trouble there and looking like losing a leg at Matty Cast, he wasn't. He's not panicking. He just seems to have this rhythm that he's not going to be knocked out of it. He seems a very controlled rhythm, and he seems happy with his game at the moment. And when you see a player that's happy within their game, then that's when you're going to see the good stuff. And that's where he's headed now. I think if you can't get confidence off of winning 3-4-0, there's no place ever you're going to get more confidence from it.
Yeah, let's cast our eye over the league table. The pun actually wasn't intended, but it was good, wasn't it, Scott? Matt Cast on his debut on 2 points with Decker, Cullerton and Walters. Labby in second place, Belmont on the top. Now, it has been a dominant start, but nothing is won yet, is it?
No, not at all. And when you look, it's only 2 points from the bottom to 6 at the top, and we still have 7 games each to go. So, you know, there's a lot of darts yet to be played, and there's a lot of points up for grabs. And there'll be a lot of swings and roundabouts to go through as well, which is what we see every week here on the Super Series.
However, the next game is between Labby and Decker. I mean, if Labby does win this one, he puts 4 points between the pair of them. Is that when we do start to see players playing catch-up?
Absolutely. It's a crucial time now. End of the day, last couple of games, get them right so that your mind is right overnight, and then you come back ready in the next morning. So these last couple of games are important to all the players.
Yeah, 6 more to come, and the first of them is the American ace Danny Labby against Core Decker, the towering tungsten thrower here at the Super Series. And Henry Deacon is the big man in comms to talk you through it.
Oh, thank you, Murph. Right, here we go. Game 10. And it is time to have a bit of a core session as Decker takes on Danny Labby. Well, Labby has provided the most blockbusting performance of the day so far. 104.32 to cast aside Matt in Game 5. He then backed that up for 4-3 success against Noel Cullerton, where he came charging out of the traps. Receded towards the end, but still averaged over 82.5 to win by 4 legs to 3. For Core Decker, well, he is averaging pretty much in the 89 region. Okay, he had a bit of a slip in the game against Noel Cullerton. He lost 4-0 to Belmont with an 89.42 and won 4-0 against Scott Walters of an 89.73. Well, that was our referee, Owen
60.
Binks, whether you could see him or not. Sometimes you wish he was invisible, you know. Well, Danny Labby went off 2-5 favourite. Cord Decker, 7-4 the outsider. Mind, if you are punting on the
59.
Super Series today, that it is 18 plus and it is begambleaware.org. And do gamble responsibly.
96.
And wherever you are betting from today, your various bookmaker will have tools towards safer gambling. So do have a look at
41.
that to gamble responsibly. Decker just wrestling the advantage in this first leg of throw from the grasp of Danny Labby. Following the first 3 rounds of
100.
Ton leaves him on 180, and only a maximum is going to leave Danny Labby on a finish from here. And so the Norwegian with 6 darts to take out the first leg against the throw.
$75.
For the bull with his last start to leave himself on 105. 25 would have left him on the little fish, 130.
43.
So 6 darts from here to take out the first leg. Against throw. Double 18.
81.
That leaves him double 12. Bit of refereeing that as well from Owen Binks.
All you required, 24.
3 different segments of the board. But Cord Decker double 12 here to take out the opening leg against the darts. And Labby has just put a little bit of pressure on, but
Cordecker.
Pressure which is not felt by the Sheriff, who takes a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's quarter through first.
Break a throw.
Game on.
Work for Lauby to do. I'll tell you what I like about Cordecker's attire is always he has a
39.
bit of a spit out on the treble 19 there. If you actually look at Cordecker's shirt on the left-hand side, he's got
60.
his own little sheriff's badge of his name on, saying his name core on there. How cool is that?
$58.
Almost as cool as having a little dog on your back with a star on its collar.
Who would do such a thing?
Stupidity. Absolute stupidity,
96.
because every player looks at my back now and can see there's a star on there. It just winds them up, I think.
That for winning the Malta Open.
The Malteser Open.
57.
I had more Maltesers than somebody else. Wasn't difficult.
Or do you think I've kept the box of pleasantries in the commentary box
140.
firmly shut?
I see they're now open. Now I've been up to the balcony and I see the nice biscuits are open here in the comms box.
60.
Only the best biscuits for Scott Mitchell.
Absolutely.
100.
Well, they'll be threatening the break back in leg 2, leaving 105 after 12, similar to Cordecker in the previous leg, who hasn't had a riposte with the
134.
darts
105.
until that particular point. May well be in vain, but Lauby can't find the treble 15.
50.
He's going to
150.
give himself a single to double combination upon his next turn. This 153 still on, but not anymore. So Lauby back for 55 to break back and to level
81.
up at 1 apiece.
And he required 55. $35. Call your
To
required
overthink that one a
72.
little bit, didn't he? What he needed there.
$47.
Almost got away
Johnny
with that poor
required
first
20.
start there, Cordecker. Lauby back this time. Surely no mistakes. Just double checking what he's got left.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, it's a
Danny
leg that he
Lauby.
shouldn't have lost, and it's a leg that he's eventually won. If Decker nicked that one, then he would have felt like his back
Well, look,
pocket
it's Danny
would have
to
been
throw
frisked.
first. Game on.
Yeah, definitely more than frisks. And
99.
I have to say, he feels he's back on form because, you know, when you lose that first throw and it's a breaker throw in best of 7, it's a bit of a shocker because you just do not want that happening
140.
to you. So he's managed to break straight back. Now we're seeing
180.
the fast flowing rat-tat-tat Danny Lauby.
Well, we've seen two players who've come down from
84.
Group A, really set the group alight. Stefan Belmont without a leg concession to his name, and Lauby's been putting in some big performances so far. He's been putting in some
94.
haymaker-like stuff. Whereas Belmont's just been providing the jabs, which has been enough for technicalities. Danny
100.
Lauby
And he
did land the big
128.
knockout punch against Matt Cars. He's looking to land a haymaker blow again here. Didn't have to attack the bullseye with
88.
Decker back on 177, and so we'll square up for tops after 12.
$83. Danny required 40. Game shot in the third
No
leg.
mistake from
Danny
Lauby on
Lauby.
double top. A 13 dart leg and hold a
Full
throw
leg, it's
from
quarter throw
Lauby.
first. Game on. $58.
Should Lauby win this game? As Murph said up on the balcony,
140.
it does open up a 4-point gap between the top two and the rest. 7 games to go, and there's plenty of times and twists and turns
85.
to come. You're opening up a 4-point gap, and you're in that little zone.
88.
Be one of the happier ones when you go to rest your head tonight in the hotel.
And what Danny Lauby's been doing more prolifically than anybody else, maybe with the exception of Stefan, is he's been finding enough
58.
5-visit legs to keep him handy. It seems like if you can get legs done in the space of 13, 14, 15, it has been enough in this group. A lot of legs have been won in that 6-visit range today. I'd say over half.
83.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at it, when you're trying to hold throw and you think, oh yeah, 15 dart is a good hold of throw. Doesn't matter whether you hold it in 13, 14 or 15. It's all within the same throw.
100.
So it means you're doing the levels. You're going through the gears.
150.
Another immaculate setup for tops. And he's on for back-to-back 13s here. Tots are 3-1.
56. Danny requires
This was after
40.
a sluggish start. But there's
Game
nothing
shot
sluggish
before
about
there.
this now
Danny
as Danny
Lauby.
Lauby breaks the throw of Kordecker. 3-1 to the good and now throwing for the match.
5th leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very much so. And that's a 14 dart throw. 14 dart leg
58.
after a 13 dart leg.
$60.
Average is still sort of mid-80s.
Whoa!
now with that 180, but-
180.
Jumps right up to 90, but it shows how nip and tuck those first couple of legs were. Comes Decker, he's going to go one of his own.
180.
Not just hitting 180s, but vanishing the WEF.
59.
Leave the referee out of it, will you?
Good luck. We've got Cam Crabtree here tonight.
60.
Where's Robert Wickwood when you need him?
Who wants to say Cam Crabtree with a face full of peanuts? Exactly.
140.
Well, Lauby here again, leaving a very, very makeable finish, heading into his 5th visit of a leg, 64 after 12 to complete a 4-1 win.
140. Danny requires 64.
For the match. Tops.
24.
Well, there's a rarity. A leg
you
not won in
require
5 visits
61.
for Danny Lauby.
Yeah, and looks what's happened. Decker is right up behind him. 54 left. Is he going 18s? Yes, he's gone 18s. Double 18.
Game shot.
And he
the
hit
5th
that
leg.
for a 108 just now,
Decker.
that double 18, and seems to be his preferred route. Decker.
6th leg, it's Core to throw first. Game on.
I would have said that Danny Lauby was probably watching that in the background thinking, what if, but he probably couldn't see.
96. 96.
But this is where Lauby's just got to stick in and not get frustrated.
He's just got to keep doing what he's been doing, you know. He's
58.
right up there on that 90 average. He's just got to stay there on that 90 average. It was an exceptional leg from
140.
Decker. He won it in 15 darts. Looks to give him his
140.
mojo as well. Now the scoring is starting to flow.
May well be seeing a sea change in this game, and Lauby needs to try and arrest this as quickly as possible. That's a fantastic
133.
setup turn. He's first to a finish. leaving the Champagne 1-3-2. But Decker looking to set up something much more makeable here. Needs a treble.
And that
57.
treble 19, those two treble 19s from
132.
Lowry, when he put that first one in, it didn't look passable.
'He's
84.
doing everything possible to
require
leave tops and avoid the
150.
double 16 region.
Yeah, very good spot, mate. Yeah, he definitely is. So off the back of that, then we're going to go. He's
84.
going 8 for double
And he
top here.
required
Then
48.
No, it's 16, double 16 for the match. It's his unfavourable side of the
32.
board, and well, that's an example as to why.
Well, you require 66.
there's another Lowry mistake. Has let Decker in.
48.
Back to his favourite double
And he
18.
requires
He knew he was
16.
probably only going to get one at it.
Double 8 for Lauby. He does not like that dart. And that is why, because there's only a small portion to the bottom of the bed that he can look at. And he can't even find that now.
No
And that
score.
last dart was almost an impossibility.
require 18.
And the improbability of Decker coming back into this darts match may be realised if he can find double 9. Twos. Never
Game shot in the sixth
lose.
flag.
And Decker
Cool,
sends us
Decker.
all the way.
Yeah, good miss on
Seventh
double
and final against
9
Danny to
there
throw
to hit the
first.
14.
Game on.
We say in cricket, if you're going to slash hard, well,
140.
that was one of those.
Tell you what, if you were playing cricket, you wouldn't want Decker in the slips.
73.
You wouldn't find a set of pags long enough to cover his knees, would you?
West Indies, isn't it, the weekend for
100.
England?
Yeah. We're looking forward to the cricket. Their marvellous performance at the World Cup.
Who got tickets to
100.
see them play Australia next September? What an idea that was.
Nicely done, though, mate. Nicely done.
96.
We might be good again by then.
Well, Albie, with that single 19 there, has left himself on a bogey number. He's going to get away with it at this turn. And so he's going to get
60.
6 starts here to win 4-3.
$105.
Yeah, nicely tidy, leaving a nice 2-darter. Decker way back. 268. Doing the right thing, though. Another one of those puts him back in the picture.
98. Danny requires 60.
This would put Albie on to
Game
6
shot
points
and
in
the
the group,
match.
and Danny
Danny
Albie is
Albie.
beginning to build up a bit of steam. That's 3 wins from 4 from the American, but there's still a shake of the head. He still feels there's more in the tank. An 89-81 average and 4 from 14 on the doubles is pretty much a carbon copy of his displays yesterday. But today, it's enough to see him second in the group for now. Coming up after the break, the man who hasn't even lost a leg in 3 matches, Stefan Belmont. He's 17-0 up against Niall Cullerton. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny Lauby once again has got out on the right side of a 4-3 scoreline. This time against the Norwegian Kordecker with an average of 89.81 and 28% on the doubling. Next up for us, we're going to see the man who hasn't dropped a leg so far today. Stefan Belmont has won each of the last 17 legs of darts he's played here at the MODUS Super Series. And he takes on Niall Cullerton, who's had a bit of a mixed bag kind of day. Quite performed to the levels that we've come to expect of him here at the Super Series, especially on the back of yesterday's displays. What can he provide here against the now has-to-be group favourite? Stefan Belmont was 5-2 second favourite going into today, but he really has blitzed the opposition, Scott.
First leg, it's Stefan.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't been sort of like
Game on.
very impressive with. I'm being impressed with how calm he's been, and I know I've mentioned it a couple of times already today, but he just doesn't look out of his comfort zone, which is impressive for me. And when he's had those moments that he could have got flustered, he hasn't. He's gone on and done the job and shot that whatever he needed to hold on to his throw, and that's why he's in the position he's in. Oh, Cullerton has changed equipment since he was last here. You dart to him, and he says he really loves them. Just getting them to 60. Go in the right direction. I think, well, we all know how that feels when you've been a dart player and changed darts a little. He's loving them in this row. That's for sure.
190.
He's loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it like that. Back-to-back maxis, but this is more like it for Cullerton. Very proud of the efforts of the Super Series.
140.
And he'll be the first to try and right what's happened so far today. 81 after 9 is a huge improvement thus far.
98. Now you require 81.
These two have played already 3 times this week. Cullerton actually has the better of Belmont, 2-1.
10. Oh, he's miscounted. 73. He has miscounted. And he's just realised it's just clogged in the mind. And this could well be the first leg Stefan's conceded all day here.
Ironic that that's a Niall Cullerton miscount. But he's left something handy. He's still
79.
He's still bemused by the looks of what's going on here.
8.
Now he's just realised and he's just worked it out. And now he's thinking, what a lucky boy I am that I missed double 12.
No score.
And he must have miscounted again.
86.
Well, the Cullerton conundrum has come and gone, and maybe Belmont's going to make it 18 in a row. Double 7.
72. Now you require 8.
Not quite enough oomph on the double 7 there from Belmont.
Game shot in the first leg. Niall Cullerton.
17, but it'll be going under for Stefan Belmont. 17 legs in a row, but no
Second leg
more.
is Niall to throw first.
Cullerton
Game on.
picks up the first leg there. Anybody's got against the Swiss today.
And I've got to be honest, if Stefan Belmont thinks like I do, and when you have a run of something, you just expect it to end at some point. Somebody's going to get a leg off you, and it's like a monkey off your back. Or maybe even a teddy bear off your back. Over on the table, there's a little teddy bear with a Swiss flag on the front. Obviously of some relevance to Stefan. I will ask him about it. But before tomorrow, we will have an answer to what that is all about, whether it's a lucky charm, whether it's from his good lady. I will get to the bottom of it. I will do some roving reporting.
140.
Scotty Dog investigates. We all have our favourite toy, don't we, Scott?
96.
Absolutely, yes, we do. Everybody thinks mine's a Scotty dog, but it's just a toy tractor, really. It always has been.
60.
Mind you, Edgar likes a good toy or two.
100.
I mean,
So back to
60.
the darts
Now we require 110.
and Belmont trailing in this one too, and he's Cullerton really is
70. Stephen, you require 141.
and a corner here.
well, from having won
60.
17 in a row, Belmont
No,
may
you
find
require
himself
40.
2-0 down here. Cullerton wanting double 10. But it
30.
doesn't go, and he's now had 9
Stephen, you
darts that are
require
double and
81.
converted just one.
So it's treble 12 for double 13,
Game shot in the
and
second
quite
leg.
a save
Stefan
from
Belmont.
Stefan Belmont. The game had started to get away from him.
They'll look at Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Averaging still in the sort of low 80s, so it's not dropped off lots. He's kept his game there. Cullerton has upped his 10 points and a bit from his last
100.
game. That's why he's in the position that he's in. Running that 85 average at the moment.
60.
Well, the Swiss hasn't exactly gone downhill
180.
and may have only just temporarily gone off-piste.
I see what you did there, but every time I
41.
go there, it's in the middle of June when we used to go for the Swiss Open, and it was just hills were alive.
Well, the Belmont is alive to the sound of tungsten, and the
140.
tune is a very sweet symphony, like a Beethoven-esque orchestra. 81 after 9 for a 2-1 lead.
26. Stefan, you require 81.
It's got all the time in the world because Cullerton's had an off leg.
Very
41.
sensible ball management there from Belmont. No need to do anything silly.
$180. Stefan, you require 40.
Tops for 2-1 for the man from Switzerland. Level 10. And he just nudged it across. As you can see, that's not a bad miss on that wire.
20.
Too cranked to the wire, but he is going to come back.
Yeah, Cullerton even with the 180. Sat on 194. Needs something decent here as well with the last one to
41.
apply
Stefan,
any
you
pressure
require
at all.
20.
But Belmont's been good on double 10 today. We haven't seen him go to fives very often. He's not going to now.
Game shot in the
And that's
third
the
leg.
reason why.
Stefan Belmont.
Good nod of the head. He's pleased with himself with that one.
When he played the calculated gamble with Cullerton back on 153,
Well,
and
Niall
when
to
you
throw
do that, you've got to
first. Game
convert
on.
last dart in hand, and that's what Stefan Julie did. Interestingly, just looking at the tail of the tape for the day, still only been 3-ton plus finishes, all told.
Yeah, I was having a little glimpse at my stats here.
140.
Thought that was going to be number 7 for Belmont today. 6 180s already in the bag.
55.
Well, interestingly, Belmont won this game against Cullerton 4-0 yesterday. He did so with an 87.13 average and 40% on the finishing as he
180.
slams in what is now a hateful 8 in terms of the maximum count.
It's just a 7, mate. He missed the last one. It was a 140. It would have been.
The magnificent 7th.
Exactly. Film there somewhere, I believe. My mother told me about it.
That in the silent movie.
117.
No, not Harold Lloyd. No. Good film, though. You should watch it. Good classic.
Well, this has been another classic display from Stefan Belmont. 64 after 9. For a breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. It would mean he'd be thrown for the match in the next double 8. Moves across about half an inch and then finds it. And have a look at what Wayne Mardle likes to call the peacockery of Stefan as well. When he released that last star, just hanging it out there to say, yeah, I threw it well and I hit the double in all.
Yeah, that's exactly what we call it when somebody does that in the pub. Yeah. Peacockery. Absolutely.
140.
But again, Stefan Belmont has showed nothing's really flustering him again today. Could have been behind early doors
140.
here.
I just wonder as well whether, I know Marcel's here with him for support, but actually the fact that he's not in his group has actually helped, because instead of maybe the fact that he could be worrying about what Marcel's doing in that practice room, today he's been able just to focus on himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree. I think the week that I was here with the two Swedes, Tingström and Anton, I think there was a bit of a similar thing with that,
140.
actually.
Stefan Recoil, 121.
For the match and for another comprehensive victory for Stefan Belmont. Trouble 17. Left the ball, but Cullerton also wanting 1-2-1. This for the break.
97. Now he requires
Well, to get past that blocker there, to get that last treble 20. Good Belmont.
$96.
12 darts. Now, Belmont's been impressive to leave 24 after 12. Way off.
18.
And that one on the wire. So still a chance here for Cullerton.
Just been hanging on to the coattails of Belmont has Cullerton, but he gets this opportunity at double 8. There are opportunities you've got to take against the Swiss, and it's one that Cullerton duly does. He gets the break back. He returned to throw at 3-2.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what to make of that facial expression from Stefan there.
41.
Almost a little nervous smile.
$55. $60. $100.
He's in touch, Belmont, but hasn't quite turned the throw.
60.
Effectively has now.
$100.
A nice last start there. Get over the top of those first two.
$100. $78.
Belmont on a bogey. A nice 140 there. Cullerton will come back for the 100. As every time that you leave a bogey, it's usually a treble 20 first start.
100. No, you're
Just been
100.
doing enough at the right times here now, Cullerton, to afford him opportunities. But with Belmont sat on 68, this has to go. Decided he liked the lie and so stayed with the treble.
40.
And so Belmont for the match.
Stephanie requires
Yeah, tried to squeeze one in the corner. So an 8 or a 16. He's gone for 16s this time.
36.
Change is as good as a rest,
you
but
require
the
60.
result is not what Belmont wanted. Cullerton now to take us to 3-3.
Game shot on the
And he
sixth
does
flag.
duly that.
Niall Cullerton.
Not that Belmont's not been getting the chances, just hasn't been taking them.
7th and final leg. It's Stefan to throw first.
All the way we go.
Game on.
I've never known such a feast or famine session at the Super Series. It's either finished 4-3 or 4-0 pretty much today. With the exception of a 4-1 result in the middle.
140.
So
100.
So far, out of 11 games, there's been a solitary 4-1, which has been either preceded or against either a 5 record of 4-0 or 5 games going 4-3.
100.
It's been one extreme or the other today.
Unprecedented, yes, Henry, unprecedented.
You've been spending too much time with me. Where did you come up with big words like that from?
121.
I've got a mate that knows darts.
You have mates?
Just the one or two. You don't want too many, do you? Otherwise it gets a bit crowded.
100.
I don't know.
I knew you would know. One or two would be a record for you.
For the match,
100.
Stefan Bellman has got 6 on 161 to complete the job.
$65.
Yeah, look, I thought there, I was watching Stefan Belmont's eyes. I thought he was going to stay up top, but he didn't. I think last minute he decided to go for the ball and successful.
85.
So
Stephanie
we're still no
required
further
96.
knowing the truth. It's 96 for Belmont.
76 remaining. Trying to stay there. And so Cullerton to inflict a first
56.
defeat to the group upon
Now
Stefan
record
Belmont.
95.
And this will be a fantastic result for the rest of the field, including Danny Lauby.
Yeah, went ball, and that was a tight old arm there. There's only one way from here. Treble 19. And that's gone next door as well. 70.
71.
Alrighty.
Stephanie require 40.
Tots of the match, and to keep up his unblemished record. And it feels
Game
like
shot
Belmont
and the
cannot be
match.
beaten at the minute.
Stefan Belmont.
4-3 success for the Swiss Stefan Belmont means that he is 4 from 4 on his opening day in Group C. Well, the only thing he'll be disappointed about is he conceded his first legs of the day in that match. He gets over the line eventually. Now, Cullerton did have an opportunity to put him away, but he couldn't take advantage of the 95. And so Belmont walks off a 4-3 victor with another average in excess of 90. Coming up after the break, Scott Walters is back in action. He takes on Matt Cars, both players on the back of 4-0 defeats last time out.
So, welcome back. You join us. Our last game was Stefan Belmont versus Niall Cullerton. And Stefan Belmont on his 4th game of the day with a 90 average. Cullerton was right there with him. It went to the last leg. Now you join us. Our next match, which is Scotty Walters taking on Matt Cast. Walters hasn't looked himself in the last couple of games. He won his first game today against Danny Lalby. Since then, looked a former shadow of that. Looks to have smiles on his face up there at the moment, so looks to be feeling a little better. And Matt Cast, he won his opening game today.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Players playing exceedingly well against him.
Yeah, you might have seen there in our ticketing promo there for the ticketing news. I know you enjoy that, Scott. But we're going to get underway at a slightly later time on Saturday, 8 p.m. sharp on the Super Series YouTube channel for them getting underway on the Sporty Stuff TV at 10:30 for the semis and the
29.
final. Extra half hour in the Italian
91.
restaurant for some.
I was going to do a Del Boy there and say, oui, oui, monsieur.
100.
Well, both players here, as Scott rightly mentioned, we're going to come back from 4-0 drubbings in their last match. And in some ways, this may not be the worst fixture to have because both players have been in a similar position, similar predicament, and will know how vulnerable the other player is.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that can kind of make it a really edgy game if you're not careful.
Walters began the day as the 7-4 favourite to win the group. He was 6-1 with the odds compilers to go on and win the week as a whole. Jacob Taylor's the 4-1 favourite to pick up the glory on Saturday night.
170.
Walters has 6 on the fish to take out the opening leg of this match. Well, it doesn't have to go for it. And we'll never know whether he would have.
105.
So Matt Cast here was a little unlucky. A deflection with his last start and his last visit left him on a bogey.
58. Scott, you requires 65.
It's still saying out Walters his favourite for the leg, and that ball 25 route. You are always aiming for the ball. You can't really aim for a 25.
59.
Now all of a sudden
104.
left himself right on double 3, which he knows is not the easiest, but just blocked that treble 18, but he's
Scott, you require 6.
self on double 4.
Walters is down in what Paul Nicholson likes to call the trap door. Double 3.
Game shot in the first leg.
But the trap door opens. 1-0 to the game.
Second,
do you know what the back of Scott Walters' shirt looks like? That little mimicky character. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Skeletor.
Not from He-Man. And is it the Masters of the Universe, was
100.
it? Oh, yeah.
Sure, Scotty Walters there, just
97.
tapping his chest and pointing himself and saying, it's my game. Stop thinking wrong. A good talk to himself.
85.
Skeletor on an insurance advert recently.
Yeah, he was actually. Such a good advert. I can't remember what it was for.
Well, that's good because we're not allowed to name them live on air.
83.
I knew that as well. You thought I was stupid.
No. Stupidity and idiocracy are two completely different concepts.
They are, and I can't spell either.
60.
Well, this game has kind of got the premise we sort of expected it from the get-go. We expected it to be a little bit cagey, and it's kind of lived up to that type. Both players just trying to draw
100.
on anything they can to try and pick up a win. Both players go into this game on 2 points. But a matter of fact, Bellman and Lalby prior to this game really has stretched the group in their favour. Prior to this final game of the
45.
fourth round, Bellman had a 6-point buffer from third. Lalby had a 4-point buffer from third. And remember, it is the top 2 that make their way through to Saturday night's final from Group
100.
C.
You feel to get himself back in the mix in this table that
26.
Scott Walters has got to start stringing some
required
games
90.
together. Felt at the start of the day that he was going to be in the mix with Danny and with Stefan Bellman, along with Cullerton.
50.
So Tots cast to level up at 1 apiece. Walters just double checking which bed that was in.
$95. Mate, you require 40.
So Tots are 1-1.
Game
Tots
on the
is found
second
for
leg.
1-1.
Matt Cast.
Wherever we are, put it the pet.
Delegate Scott to throw first. Game on.
Give himself a good talking to again before coming into the hockey.
$58.
Had a shoulder in that first one from
21.
Cast, and he never really recovered.
All been there. I thought Scott Walters was a contestant who wants to be a millionaire for a second with the impromptu cough.
$42.
Once again, Scott hasn't punished poor visit
137.
by his opponent. I wonder if he'll watch this back. I wonder if he'll watch this back and if he has any footage from the one that he won last weekend and whether he can compare the two
70.
and try and find out what the difference was between the two. Something that I used to do back in my early days. I hardly watch a game back now. Maybe I should
59.
start watching them back and that would help me a little bit, but it used to help me. If I'd lost a game, I'd look it back and go, what have I done different to what I'd done in say a game that I'd won the week
41.
before? And if they were both on been filmed or whatever, I would watch them back and study them and try and work out how to make myself the person that won.
It's a Super Series match. Can you please do it with the commentary
62.
turned off?
Now, the one thing I don't do is watch some of the Super Series games back. I very rarely do because it's such a different thing. And yeah, I've got my mates here
100.
commentating, haven't I? So, and I know they're being prompted by the gallery, so it it helps not to watch those ones back, I think.
135.
You weren't saying anything during those 4-3, Scott, I promise.
Yeah. Well, just about how quick I was throwing, I expect, and now everybody couldn't wait to stay here for an extra hour.
We thought Danny Lalby was here in
100.
disguise.
Mate, you require 87.
87 for Cast for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead. It will be the ball at the end of this. Indeed, it is going to be the ball at the end of this.
62.
Nudges it into the 25, and
required
Scott
90.
Walters might have a similar fate here on 90. Went ball first.
Game
and then
shot in
finds the
third
tops to
leg.
lead
Scott
2-1.
Walters.
Interestingly, just trying to give himself a G up. Is that the sort of thing in that scenario you just want to do? Just try and get
Four-legged Matt to
any
throw
kind of
first.
blood pumping in the
on.
body?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You'll see players do that on the odd occasion in a strange place, and you think, why have they done that? And it's just for themselves, not to get at their opponent. It's not to do anything else. It's just for themselves to say, come on, it's still there. You're still doing it. Especially, it's nice with a 90 shot out there with starting with the bullseye and everything. It's just a nice thing to, you've got the leg nice and clean. Yeah, it might not have been your best leg. You might have struggled a bit halfway through it, but you came good at the end, and that's what you try and sort of install in yourself every leg, really.
100.
So Walters up by 2-1. This is the final game of the fourth round of fixtures. The final round will see the top two go toe-to-toe. Stefan Bellman up against Danny Lauby. Matt Cast up against
60.
Cord Decker. And Niall Cullerton in action up against Scott Walters. Well, Owen Binks has opened up his wallet because a fly has just come out onto the stage.
138.
Tighter than 2 coats of paint.
You know what's tighter than 2 coats of paint?
Go on.
3 coats of paint.
140.
Best time for
170.
Cast. Not to be, but he's going to have the luxury of time to square this match back up at 2 apiece.
48.
Said before, Rich, that dart on the top of treble 20 is not Scott Walters' friend.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Yeah, lovely keen
Matt
kill
Cast.
there from Matt Cast. 14 dart leg. That'll give him a lift.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And you sense a much needed big leg like that as well, because the game has just kind of gone along at a pace where both of the time's just kind of gone through the motions a little bit.
Yeah, and you could get games like this will pass
60.
you by because you overthink it. You're thinking about what you're doing. You're thinking about the opponent not quite doing what you're expecting them to do, and then you expect a little bit better of yourself. Before you know it, you've lost a couple of legs. Your head's
25.
gone, and before you get your head back in the game and the head out of the shed, as we call it, the game can be passed you by and gone, and it's too late.
58.
Well, for one, it might be too late in this game, but they've got another one coming. The final round.
58.
And games that they'll both feel are winnable against Core and against Niall, respectively. Interesting as well. We see players almost bring their
83.
suitcases onto stage at times. Well, there's absolutely nothing on that table apart from a couple of glasses of water.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very surprised to see that. I used like a fixed sort of flight, and I still take
59.
one spare out, just in something spare out just in case, or a spare dart. It's like I had the other day where I had a point come out of the dart in the board, and I had a spare dart straight in the case. Just wandered over, picked up the spare one, and away you go again with as little fuss as possible.
Had Conan Whitehead have to retrieve equipment from
60.
a balcony.
Have you?
So Conan threw a flight and stem at me on the balcony.
Right. Well, and then the next one still had the barrel attached.
But he has the all-in-one combination, and the next day he had it. Oh, hello, that's a bounce
21.
out. The next day there was an issue with one of his stems and flights, and so before a match he actually said to me, "Can you chuck a flight and stem down?" Just ad hoc, as if it's like a can of Coke out of a vending machine.
What does he think it was, like giveaway in return?
140.
Basically, end of every day he threw a flight and stem at me.
100.
Well, there's one of them.
Scott, you require 100.
That was what you threw at me. Where's a blame, there's a claim. Stops.
I think he'll stay where he is because I thought that was a good lie.
84.
Tied it up nicely.
So 2-8s for Walters to
41.
move into a
Scott, you
3-2
require
lead.
16. Game shot.
2-8s found for Walters to move 3-2 to the good. A lot of head shaking going on that stage.
Six leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I feel like the victor of this match will just feel relieved they got through it rather than happy they got the win.
$42.
Yeah, I agree with that. Scotty Walters looks to the gods for inspiration.
$60.
Right, we're going to be back tonight for Group B here at the Super Series. And what a lineup we got for you. Jacob Taylor,
96.
Can Crabtree, Richard North, Adam Hunt and Rob Collins all in action from 10 p.m. this evening. Jacob Taylor goes off the 7-5 favourite with the odds compilers. Crabtree
58.
9-4 second favourite. North goes off 9-2. Hunt 11-2. And Collins 11-1.
140.
Glad I'm presenting tonight because that name Cam's going to cause me all sorts of problems.
Yeah, thank you for that.
180.
And thank you for that, Scott. The first match of the match.
59.
We have next week's lineup as well tonight, and it's very much an international cosmopolitan field. I have a few players playing in the World
93.
Championship involved. That's all I'm going to give away.
164. $44. Scott, you require
Got everybody
110.
wondering now, Henry. You've got everybody wondering.
Well, they can wonder till tonight. Treble 17. For the left tops to have won the match. Now
50.
Cast looking to climb the ladder to
Require
stay in the game.
120.
Move across to get a good sighter.
100. Scott, you require 60.
Not to beat. So Walters here now. For his second win of the day.
Game
And he takes
shot
it.
and the match.
It's
Scott
a win for Scott
Walters.
Walters. 4-2 over Matt Cast. We said that it could be a nervy affair. Averages there. Nothing to write home about. But the thing is, it was 2 points on the league table for Scott Walters. The top two had started to get away. He had to stop them. We head for a short break and we'll be back with Stefan Belmont versus Dan Lorby, the top two in the table.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got just 3 matches left to play on the opening day of Group C, and here is what's happened so far. The last few games, well, you see Stefan Belmont carry on his winning streak, a 4-0 win against Matt Cass. Danny Lauby then getting a 4-3 victory against Cordeca, and Belmont then beating Niall Cullerton, doing that to get his 4th win of the day, carrying on this brilliant winning run after a tough middle of Group A. He's really kicked on since then, the Swiss player, doing really good stuff. And Scott Walters returning to winning ways as well, a 4-2 victory for him over Cass. Now, if Belmont is going to go through the card, he's going to do it the hard way. He's taking on Danny Lauby, his big rival in the Group C table. And you can see that now, Lauby in 2nd place. If he wins this match, he'll end up with the same record as Belmont. They'll both finish a day on 8 points. But if Belmont can get the victory, it will be the perfect 10. And it will put him in a very strong position to qualify for finals night, along with his compatriot, of course, Marcel Wolpen, who's already there and down in commentary waiting to talk you through it. It's back to Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And if Stefan Belmont beats Danny Lauby, not just does he complete a perfect day, it would be 9 wins on the spin for the Swiss, who hasn't lost since a 4-2 defeat to Danny Lauby. First game of yesterday. Belmont was 2-0 up in that particular match, for then losing 4 on the spin to the American ace, who averaged 90.36 in that match, was 4 out of 11 on the doubles. And Lauby, in terms of the actual on-field performances, has had the best performances of the day, but it has been Belmont who's just had this consistency
First
that
leg,
he's
it's
managed
Stefan
to
throw
just
first.
draw aside the opposition.
Advantage should be with Belmont with the darts,
100.
but we are much none the wiser. Who's under more pressure here? Is Lauby under more
59.
pressure because he has to win to keep the gap between him and Scott Walters, with Scott Walters having a game to play against Niall Cullerton? So yeah, there's probably more pressure on Danny to win this game.
100.
Stefan, I think he'll stay top, whether he wins it or loses it, because his leg difference is so good.
81.
You wouldn't want to throw that away on a bit of a whim on the last game of the day. He wants it to stay close.
These two have previously met in a week before. It was Series 1, Week 9, and it was back in September 2022. Actually, the first day of Group A was very unique because it's the only time we've ever had an evening session on a Monday night.
41.
Stefan Belmont beat Danny Lauby 4-0 in the first renewal, before then Lauby beating Belmont by 4 legs to 3 the next morning.
$130.
The final renewal, Belmont beat Lauby by 4 legs to 2, and Belmont's got off to the better start of the pair here.
85. Stephanie requires 71.
Tops of Belmont.
51.
Drag just below.
He'll be back for 10s. We will be trying to put one of his 180s in here.
83.
He won't be too concerned
Stephanie
because he
required
didn't have the
20.
darts, so he'll be happy to ease his way into the game, but he knows that he's got to hold all 3 of his
on the first leg.
and break
Stefan
Belmont if he's to
Belmont.
win. Stefan Belmont being absolutely proficient on that
Second leg,
double
it's Danny
10
to throw
once
first.
more.
Game on.
Like his calmness today, I really do. Nothing seems to faze him.
58.
There really couldn't be a bigger contrast between characters on the hockey than the cool, calm, collected Stefan Belmont and Danny Lauby, who lets every emotion be
100.
visible to us at home. See, look at the gritted teeth as he hit that max.
Absolutely. It's a very determined Danny Lorby today. And like you say, he hasn't really done anything wrong. Unfortunate in that 4-3 loss to
140.
Scotty Waters that probably it went with the darts. So Scott Waters had the darts in that last leg.
140.
But that's the type of scoring that he needs to find against throw.
So 1, 2, 3 for Lauby. Looking to hit back in quick fire time.
And he required 123.
Blink and you might miss this. The ball.
83.
Oh, he's telling you, Stefan, you're not
161.
taking this 161 out. He don't think you're up for this, Stefan. He was correct.
I don't think he was not up for it. I think he just missed it. It was a well thrown dart. It's just missed by the wire. Just trying to protect my
90.
fellow players
And he
here.
required 40. Game shot on the
I
second.
agree.
leg.
It was a brave
Danny
move
Lowry.
from Lorby. But, I mean, at the end of the day, how often does the 161 go? Every time you don't expect it to. So don't ever keep doing that because it will bite you on the backside at some point.
Bowman averaging just under a ton after 2 legs.
140.
40 to kickstart the third. His third appearance here at the Super Series, Belmont.
128.
Was knocked out in Group C on his first appearance in the competition. The same week Danny Lauby made it through to the semi-finals. It was actually a week won by Scott Williams, who nowadays plies his trade on the Pro Tour, as does the runner-up from that week as well, Aaron
100.
Monk. Colin Osborne, Sebastian Białecki and Lee Cox made up the rest of that finals night. Well, then Bellman made it
100.
through to the finals on his second appearance. That was back in Series 4, Week 7. Bellman made it through to Saturday night alongside Alexander Merckx, James Hubble. Sebastian Białecki was the runner-up, and he won the
100.
night. But also in the semi-finals, on that particular occasion, was a certain Scott Mitchell.
95.
Never heard of him.
Stephanie require 161.
161 for Bellman, and this time Lauby's not on a finish.
105.
Owen Bates didn't even qualify for the Saturday night that week. His Bezzy mate, his bro, Cam Crabtree's in action this
94.
evening.
Stephanie require 56.
Tots of Belmont.
46.
10 doesn't go either.
Danny require
A rare
84.
miss for him. Last time he went 2 double 4. Is he going to get back? Lauby, is this the break he's chasing?
60.
Was the chance of the break he
Stephanie
was
require
chasing?
10.
As Belmont dodged another bullet.
Game shot in the third.
Yes, he
leg.
has.
Stefan Belmont.
Mentioned the Swiss Open earlier. When we were playing in the Swiss
Well,
Open,
against
that was
Danny
out in a
to
little place
throw
called
first.
Lausen.
Game on.
And we all used to stay in a little village called Listel, and it's kind of all the players would come and take over this little village.
140.
Marvellous weekend it used to be to go out there to Switzerland. Always roasting hot. Flying to Basel. That's probably where I first, I'm sure it's where I
60.
first met Stefan. Now played up around the Zurich region.
100.
Kind of Thomas Jungen's area.
Yeah, last time Stefan Bellman was here, he was with Thomas Junghans, and Thomas gave us
60.
what a certain newspaper outlet called some commentator called a Miracle Max, and a certain newspaper outlet
100.
described as a Miracle Max as a commentator had a meltdown live on air. Well, this 161, there's now coming to the fray in 3 legs in succession, and this
82.
time it's Danny
And
Lauby who's going to get a go at it,
161.
but he has got all the sands of time that one could want at it.
99.
Well, he even sells 62 upon his return. 14s potentially here for Danny. 42 for double 10 could be the
99.
equation.
Danny
Because
requires
he's been
62.
because he did this earlier on today. But then decided to go
Game
for
shot
double
on the
16 and then
fourth
pin it into the bottom
Danny
left-hand
Lauby.
corner. Belmont 2, Lauby 2. And the top two have a best of 3 to see who's going to pick up the final spoils.
Game on.
Average is not too shabby either. Nothing between them on those.
140. $100.
Bigger result for Lauby and then Belmont for you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because if Belmont wins here, Harvey gets dragged back into the Scotty Walters area of the table. He's got one game to go still.
100.
Walters against Cullerton. So
140.
it could mean that Belmont gaps and only need 2 or 3 wins tomorrow to assure himself of going through.
$100.
Guess what Belmont's left? 3
96.
certainties in life. Death, taxes, and
You require
161 being left in this darts
161.
match.
Not to be this time. Albie leaves himself on a bogey.
105.
The Belmont really didn't have to go for anything, even if he did hit the 2 trebles.
59. Stephanie require 56.
Well, these are 2 juggernauts going hammer and tongs at each other. And this is a huge passage of play.
Game
Tops
shot
of
on the
Belmont is
fifth leg.
found to leave 3-2 and
Stephen
evade the
Belmont.
possible break chance.
Absolutely, H. That was a big passage of play. I thought
Sixth leg is
Now
Danny
we
to
there
throw
should have went
first.
for-
Game on.
a 25 and try and leave the straight ton to leave Stefan's 56 under pressure. That would have been my play.
140.
Now,
It is a game of opinions, so we all have an opinion on that one. And that's what we love. We all just have an opinion, and that's what makes
140.
darts such a great sport.
Lauby needing to be perfect from here on out.
140.
His last appearance in Series 5 ended on Saturday night. It ended in the group stages. The night that Steve West won. Reece Colley in the final. Has got form at Champions Week. Made
91.
it through in Series 4 where he was knocked out in Group C. Now has this leg on throw in the palm of his hand.
100.
Left himself 1-2-1 after 9. Belmont at the least needs a treble in this turn.
And he's got it. Would like a second.
100.
But to stay straight and safe was the play there for me.
There's the first part of the equation. There's the second. Double 14 to send us the distance. A
Game
big
shot on the
finish and a
sixth
big
leg.
time. And
Danny
Lauby is up
Lauby.
to the task. And the top 2 will go all the way in their final game of the session.
Stefan to throw first. Game on.
A nice sign of sporting acknowledgement between the pair. It's been a great game, played in great spirit. The average is 96.19 and 98.46 respectively. And Danny
100.
Lauby giving us what is just the 4th ton-topping finish of the day.
60.
Big leg in the context of this group, and a leg that everybody apart from Danny
60.
Lauby hopes that Stefan Belmont wins.
$60.
If Belmont wins as a runaway leader, everything behind him congeals. If Lauby wins, then you have 2 players at the top on 8 points, and then the rest are chasing there in behind.
60.
Belmont draws another blank. on the treble visit.
57.
So does Lauby. Really has to hit here. I think we all know the situation. They're starting to feel the situation up there on the
43.
stage.
And Lauby in behind has got to look at this as now an opportunity. Find a couple of trebles, apply the adequate pressure, and apply the adequate
140.
pressure he does.
And when you make the mistake like Stefan has just made, you know that's coming. You know that 140 is coming before Danny Lauby even puts his foot to the hockey. It's a strange
60.
thing as a player. You know that you've made the mistake and you know it's going to get punished.
6 starts on 184 for the match for Danny Lauby, and to condemn
100.
Stefan Belmont to a first defeat of the day. He's 84 points away from doing exactly that. Belmont can't leave himself
Danny
on a
Require,
2-darter,
84.
and so Lauby for the match at worst should be a dart at the bull. 14 for the bullseye, for the match,
Game
to
shot
condemn
on the
Stefan
match,
Belmont to
Danny
his
Lauby.
first defeat of the day. And Danny Lauby will finish the day on 8 points, and finally he can let out some kind of celebration, some kind of relief. Both players head off stage and have a chat about the match they've just had. And a good match it was as well, as demonstrated with those statistics. 95-79 for Danny Lauby, 4 out of 7 on the finishing. That 1-2-1 really changing the tide in the match. Stefan Belmont himself, another 90-plus average, 3 from 7 on the finishing. But it is Danny Lauby who joins Stefan Belmont on 8 points at the end of the day. Coming up after the break, Matt Cast and Cord Decker, one of them will finish day 1 on 4 points.
Welcome back. Well, Stefan has been stopped. Danny Lauby beating Belmont in that previous match. It took some doing, didn't it? A good game in the end.
Yeah, Stefan's been solid all day too. So, yeah, definitely had my work cut out for me on that one. You know.
Just give us your reflection on the week so far, because Group A was particularly competitive between all of the players.
Yeah, it's been. I've not been consistent. Obviously, if you guys have seen, just double trouble. Just have a great game, and then just inconsistency. So need to work on that. But today, and same thing with like Stefan. Really, he's a class player, and I don't think he had the outcome he wanted as well this week. So it's good to see it's both really at a high so far at the top of the groups right now. So no, I'm happy with today anyway. A little more consistent today.
Well, let's show you that group table as it stands. You'll be going into Friday on 8 points. I mean, that was a really big win against Stefan, because he could have been on 10 and looking really good to get through, but you've put a gap between yourself and everybody else now.
Yeah, I think me winning that kind of kept him at bay a bit. Because there's anything could still really happen. But yeah, I think we're both in good positions. Hopefully tomorrow goes as it should with both of us. But yeah, no, today was a good day. Good day at the office today.
We've been getting a lot of interest from across the Atlantic. A lot of North American players doing really good stuff here. Jake McMillan winning his group last week. Leonard Kate setting a 9-darter, losing in the final. How has it felt for you to come in after that? Do you feel any added pressure to perform?
No, not any more than usual. I'm happy to see it, really. It's about time. Like we're due. We're definitely coming strong, playing much better. The standard's getting better. So it's to be expected, and I hope it keeps continuing. So no, let's just keep it going. We'll see what happens.
And of course, the plan for tomorrow is to try and keep going from today, because it has been much more consistent.
100%, man. Absolutely, yeah.
And just finally, the time of the year, we know that Lakeside's around the corner for you, a big deal going in there as a 6th seed for that tournament. Is half an eye on that, or is it full focus on trying to get to Champions Week here?
Oh, it's one at a time right now. Obviously, I'm looking forward to that, but right now it's one job at a time, So this is my main focus right now. So tomorrow's a big day.
Yeah, the next job is to get to finals night.
That's
so we'll
right. Yeah.
let you go and prepare. Well done today.
Yeah.
Danny winning 4 out of his 5 games, along with Stefan Belmont. 2 games left to play. The first of them, Matt Cast against Cordecker, and talking you through them, Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, really good to hear from Danny Lauby. Very good talker, isn't he? And always gives a very fair and honest assessment on the way that he plays, one job at a time. But he's going to be the 6th seed for Lakeside, which begins this weekend. And I suppose when it's a tournament as open as that, does he himself have to think that he is a contender to win that world title?
Yeah, is the answer. But I think everybody goes there.
First leg,
it's all about that first game. The Lakeside grabs you as a venue. It's one you've seen so many times on the TV. It's an iconic venue, and so you've got to be careful that the venue doesn't grab you before anything else does as you walk in. And then it's all about that first game. Nobody really knows. You can look at all the averages, you can look at all the stats, but the World Championship is just a one-off.
140.
And that doesn't matter which side of the codes you are. It's a one-off, and anything can happen on that day. And a debutant can come out there and play his worldie in his first game and get you. Or he can come and play his worst game in the world and you never see him again. Just a strange place, but Lauby will not be thinking like that. I think he's a glass half full type guy, and
44.
He's always very positive about his game, and like you say, he speaks very well. He'll be taking nothing for granted. He'll go in there and do his best in that first game and hope that it's enough. But I'm sure he'll be watching his opponents before they get to him to
60.
Because there's a slight advantage to that. I kind of didn't like that, although I'd been a seed a few times there, and people had played and then came to me. It's they've had a game already, and you can start putting things in your head that's not there. That's the biggest advice I can say about Lakeside is don't put things in your head that just aren't there.
Well, this is Matt Cast against Cordecker. This is our 14th game 41. Of the day. Both players have only picked up the solitary win so far. And for Matt, well, he got off to a great start on debut. He beat Niall Cullerton by 4-0, but has lost his subsequent 3. As for Cordecker, his one win came against Scott Walters. He's been playing okay, to be fair, has Core, but playing okay today has Core, but has
132.
not quite yielded the
Will you require
results.
160.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption, H. I think that is, you know, he's not what you say have been. He's not set the world alight, but he's
100.
not played well. So he's had moments in all games, and there's been moments of him to. What you forget is sometimes you look at the results and say, oh, he's lost 4-2 here or 4-1 here or whatever. But there have been turning points in those games
60.
where they could have gone in
Will
his
you require
favour. And if he
60?
starts to win those turning points, Decker has the game enough to be able to turn it round.
Double 10 for Decker to take the opening leg against Fro.
40.
Doesn't quite go
Will
on this
require
occasion.
160.
And so Cast is back for 116 to take out this opening leg. Stay there. Can't execute. So Core is back for
92.
that break.
Will you require
Double
20.
10 is what he's requiring for it.
Game shot in the first
Down
leg.
1-0 to
Decker.
the Norwegian. Decker on the board, having attained the break.
Second leg, it's Core to throw first. Game
So a
on.
big night in Wales this evening. It's the Red Dragon night at the Depot, a MODUS exhibition event featuring the likes of Mark Webster,
30.
Gerwin Price, Johnny Clayton, Jamie Lewis, who's going to be at Lakeside in a couple of days' time, Richie Burnett, Robert Owen and Barry Bates. Lead by
60.
none other than Paul Start out of the depot in Cardiff this evening. The big one here in Portsmouth as well. Night of the Champions, the Untouchables.
43.
Available on the same website. You can buy tickets for Saturday night, dartshot.tv. Tickets for this Saturday are still available, incidentally. £2 booking fee here on London Road, Portsmouth. If it's something that you can't get to maybe this
121.
week, but would like to tick off the bucket list because you're in and around the vicinity, then we'd love for you to come and make a night of it. It's one of the darting meccas to really tick off the bucket list.
60.
Who knows, if you're lucky enough on a Saturday night, you might even get a selfie with Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, that should keep the pigeons off your lettuce in the summer.
85.
You haven't got a spare scarecrow? Dead handy.
100.
I was going to try and pretend that I knew what that meant, but I'm not.
I'm not even going to explain to you, Mr. Towney. You're a town mouse, you are. You wouldn't understand if I told you.
140.
Cast leads 95 to get the break back in the second. And a bit like that game a couple of games ago involving
98.
Matt and Scott
Mate, record
Walters. It's
95.
just a game where it just feels like both players are going through the motion somewhat.
$37. We require 170.
Well, this would be from absolutely nowhere. There's been no signs the big fish was on.
98. May require 58.
Tops.
23.
Wild. Decker's back for
We
2-0.
require 72.
Hey there. Double 60, but that was precariously close to busting. Well, he had a
Aims on
scare,
the
but then
second
pinned the
leg.
double.
Poor
2-0
Decker.
Decker.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
One that's got away there
Game on.
for Matt Cast. And I really feel for him so far today because he went in and won his first game on debut and thought, you know, well, what's all this about? What's all the fuss about? And then walked into what could only be
60.
described as Danny Lowry at his best today and that 104 average. So all of a sudden, the reality is hit And then, of course, he's wandered into Stefan Belmont with a
100.
just shy of a 99 average for his third game. And it's been hard road from there, really. He had a really nip and tuck game with an out of sorts
140.
Scotty Walters, who Scotty Walters got 4-2. And now he's playing the guy who sat there on level with him on, 0.2 points. And it's kind of all of a sudden become a
43.
big game for him off the back of stuff that he really couldn't do a lot about. It's one of those, really. So I do feel for him. And you can see there's a bit of shoulder in the
45.
throw now. And it's not the smooth Matt Cast that we saw in that first game. Who was sort of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, not knowing what to expect. And it came down to earth with two big
97.
thumps, 104 from Lauby and a 99 from Stefan Belmont.
As reality just began to creep in, possibly. When you go on that stage, sometimes you can go in and feel great, and then
100.
sometimes the actual situation, you can actually begin to think about it.
It's more annoying when it's this way round. When you haven't had a win and you're battling for your win, you stay kind of interested and keep
140.
believing that you're going to get that win and you're not going to go through the day without a win. But when you've won your first game, you're then searching to find what you did in that first game. So it's a totally different
43.
mindset. And I think
We
that's
require
probably what's
121.
sort of fell into Matt Cast's lap really today.
25 first. That meant he had to find the treble 20 there to leave double 18.
105. Mate, record 113.
Brave move 25 first with your opponent on 113. Treble 19 now. So it's not to be.
53. Call your requires 16.
Double 8 for Decker. The double break.
Game
Bound
shot
on
the
double
third
4,
leg.
and Decker is
Call
in
Decker.
full command of this match. He leads 3-0, having accrued 2 breaks of throw, and now
We'll
has
bring
the
its call
throw
to throw
to
first.
complete a
Game
demolition.
on. $99.
Core Decker doing what he needs to do. I think is the summary of this one.
100. $100. $135. $44.
Now Matt Cast is in the point where he wants to make sure he gets a leg in this game.
80.
Start to over try. Core Decker's feeling great because he's 3-0 up.
92.
So they're just flowing in now without even thinking.
Well, Decker may be on the cast of getting the better of Matt Cast, and I've completely messed that line up.
130.
Been a long day. 56 remaining for Matt to get a leg on the board.
Decker was flowing so freely
100.
that he left himself on
Mate, require
166. So
56.
surely Cast gets 2 at this. No, he's only going to get 1 at this. He's changing up his double, trying somewhere else.
38.
Still
Call your requires 66.
no luck.
Can Decker get his kicks on Route 66? Double 18.
48. Mate, you require 18.
Yeah, that would have hurt Matt Cast actually hitting the double that he's just missed.
This might be the hardest start because there's been a couple of singles that have gone awry, but the double
Game shot
four
on
is
the fourth
found, and
leg.
Cast
Matt
breaks
Cast.
back to bring it back to 3-1.
Yeah, in that stage, you just get fed up with missing.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $85.
Cast has changed his flight since the first game. I thought he had a flight that was see-through on the first game.
96.
Kind of St. George's Cross on it.
Using the flight at St George, and what is St Andrew's Day today?
85.
And we have a couple of Scots in Champions Week in form of Willie Borland and Andy Bolton. March as the most patron saints days, in case you wanted to know.
93.
Yes, St. David's Day. I reckon you've been to a quiz somewhere where all those answers were in the quiz, Henry.
140.
Think you're pulling the wool at my jumper over my belly, yeah?
Maximum for Decker leaves them on a finish, and first to a finish in this
180.
fifth leg. But it could be a champagne finish for Core.
59. Call you require 132.
Travel there from Matt Cast, would have seen him in the box seat, but was he thinking that at the time? So, Decker goes the bull on the 132 route. I don't know which way Matt Cast will go.
91.
Will he go the same way?
132.
Is it going to be a champagne Castanova? There's the first. He can't find the second, and so Cordeca back for the match.
Good attempt, though, from Matt Cast there.
92. Call you require 41.
Two 16s. Oh, double. But it's not going to be
25.
toil and trouble, and Cast might just
May
have a
require
route back in this
40.
match. Tops.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
does
leg.
have a route back
Matt
in this
Cast.
match. And an unlikely hold of throw
Fifth
there.
leg, it's Core to throw first. Game on.
He's starting to believe. That's the question. And is Cordeca starting to disbelieve?
98.
Matt Cast looking to bookend his day with victories. Now the Victor move on to 4 points.
100.
4 off the top two who have really exerted their authority. And if Cullerton beats Walters, then we're in this unique situation where the top two have such a cushion going
40.
into the final day. But Belmont and Lauby will play in the first round of fixtures. So it's the opportunity for someone to be toppled and potentially get reeled back in.
121.
Yeah, I love that reversal of the draw. It's really tantalising. Opens the groups right up.
98.
And both those players start of the day, Lauby and Belmont, they'd have took 4 out of 5 today, all day long. Same as anybody in that room would have done.
64.
You feel that one of them's going to have to do 4 out of 5 again tomorrow to top the group.
That was a case of core blimey with those last couple of darts.
blimey, governor.
133.
Good pick up there from Matt Cast. It's on that 132 again. Will he go ball again? Will he hit it?
60. Matthew Rock 132.
So then, not going to find 132. Second time he's had an opportunity of that in this match. And so Decker
74. Going
To
with 116.
win with a ton topper. 116 for the match. Is still on.
16 is there. It's tops for the match for Cordecker.
Game shot
And he
the
takes it. A
match.
big 116 for
Cordecker.
Cordecker. He'll be happy that he leaves with 2 wins on what's been a strange day for him. There are the average. I tell you the thing. Cordecker's 4 from 13 on the doubles. That's going to have to be sharpened up on. But as we leave for a short break, we will return with Niall Cullerton and Scott Walters. Yeah, welcome back here to the MODUS Super Series. Last game saw Matt Cast take on Cordecker, and Cordecker running out 4-2 winner. Now here we've got Scotty Walters against Niall Cullerton. Niall has 1 win today, and that was against Cordecker. Second game of the day. He hasn't really managed to repeat that feat. He's huffed and he's puffed, but not managed to turn it into wins. And Scott Walters, he's won 2 today. He was absolutely superb, with just shy of a 90 average
First leg,
against
it's
Danny
Niall
Lowry,
to throw first.
inflicting Danny Lowry
Game
his only
on.
defeat of the day. And then he sort of struggled through the middle part of the day, scraped through his last one for his second win against Matt Cast, and now finds himself
140.
against Niall Cullerton, looking to bridge the gap in the table. Belmont and Lowby are up there on 8 points, and with only 2 going through from this group, you feel that Walters
140.
really has to win this game if he has any chance of penning back the top 2. Bearing in mind those top 2 play first game tomorrow as well.
81.
So there is a chance that he could get back with them if he can win this one and win his first game tomorrow, which will be this corresponding fixture to how the plot thickens.
100.
Yeah, this is our last game of the session. It'll be the first of tomorrow, but fear not, we're going to be returning tonight from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS
60.
Super Series YouTube channel, where we're going to be watching in action Jacob Taylor, Cam Crabtree, Richard North, Adam Hunt and Wob Collins. Taylor goes off the 7-5 favourite
55.
with the odds compilers from Crabtree's second favourite at 9-4. We'll be watching that action from 10 o'clock this evening, but the full focus on this game is to who can keep
60.
arm's length with the big two, the big cheeses in Lauby and Belmont. I turn first to a finish. 60 after 12.
94. Now you require 160.
Group C is always a funny group here, Henry, isn't it? It's what you can lose it on the first day, but you can't
95.
actually win it.
Require
You can
112.
lose your spot. I did that the first time I came here on debut. Double 16 for Walters.
96.
Directing
now you
it.
require 65.
Too late now, mate. It's gone.
25 and tops.
Game shot in the first leg. Niall Cullerton.
Double
So
10
can I
is
get
found for
Scott to
Cullerton
throw
to
first?
take a
Game.
1-0 lead. Perhaps a little bit against the run of play in that opening leg.
I suppose if you're the top
60.
two out the back, you're probably hoping for a Niall Cullerton win here. Said earlier in the day that as we come to the end of the group,
45.
you start thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow, how tomorrow's games start off. I think Scott will know that
60.
he this is a must-win game.
And the thing is, Scott will feel if he can get on to 6 points, all things considered today,
123.
it's not a bad return. He's still in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have made the best of a bad job, to be fair, Henry. He would have done. Because he wouldn't have been pleased with those couple of games after he beat Danny
100.
Lauby early doors. He would have felt that, you know, a big part of the job was done. You've got to beat your rivals around you. But with the Super Series, you
26.
walk into that room and you never know which of the other five is going to be. I was here 2 weeks ago and I was looking around the room thinking, right, who's my biggest rivals here for this, this and this? And you then start to overthink
81.
whereas you just got to get your head down and get on with it and try and throw your best darts. Do whatever you need to throw your best darts. Go and sit in the corner and put your earpods in if that's, you know, your motivational music. If that's what you
123.
need, that's what you need. Everybody's different. Some like to have a laugh and a joke and a giggle with their opponents, and then when they get up there, it's all a bit jovial and they feel better about it.
60.
Some not like to talk to an opponent. They try to avoid you in the venue and walk away from you. But every dart player is different, and that's what makes it such a great sport.
Waters has left himself here on
60.
140 to level this
So you're
game up at 1
140.
apiece. Cullerton 1-2-4 for the break and 2-0. And he's going to get an opportunity to put himself 2 to the good.
43. Now you require 124.
So Cullerton 124. 14 would leave double 11. The single leaves the pool. Didn't contemplate the treble.
99. Scott, you require 97.
Nice treble 19 there from Walters. This would get him right back in it. Double 10.
77.
And they're not badly thrown darts. He's
No, you're
berated
required
himself a little
25.
bit there, and they're not a million miles away. If you were 2 inches away, I would say, yeah, get upset, but not. They were two well thrown darts, just didn't go in.
17. Scott, you require 20.
And more missed darts to Cullerton for 2-0 lead. Walters can step in on double 10. Niall has asked you to step in, Scott,
15.
but he's stepped out and he might be
Now
broken.
you require 8.
Nice marker.
Game shot in the second leg. Niall Cullerton.
Absolutely.
Third leg, it's
So
Niall
Cullerton
to
gets
throw
the break.
first.
He leads
Game
2-0.
on.
Scott, there's still a couple legs to go, mate.
I thought he was doing a Martin Thomas there, like when you interviewed him,
100.
and he'd walk off.
To be fair, there's probably been many other people that have wanted to have done it but haven't.
Another jovial moment for the Modus Super Series archives. That was quite funny, Martin. So thanks ever so much. Cheers, boy. All puts the mic down and wanders off. And it's like, where's he going?
100.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
We've got a good blooper reel this year, haven't we?
I think everybody's on it at some point, aren't they?
Some more than others.
97.
Suppose you'll have one or two, won't you, Scott, on there?
Yeah. Welcome back to another
68.
game of darts. Never forget that one as long as I live. Won't happen again either.
We'll be allowed to forget it more like.
60.
Just remember, whatever stupid things you say, probably not as bad as other things I have.
Yeah, you get more opportunity than I do to mess it up,
95.
so that's why.
On 3-8 for Cullerton for 3-0.
134. Now
Yeah, sensible switch there from Walters. He saw that one hanging out of the treble 20. To disappear over to the 18s and
43.
success. And
Scott, you're 100.
I feel there Cullerton had to look across at the scoreboard between darts there, and that could have affected that treble 20 attempt from him.
53 left, yeah.
53 for Walters then. Double top again for Walters, and
90.
that one is a little
Now you
low.
require 95.
Well, that would have been for his second ton top of the day, having taken out the 105 in his first match against Danny Lauby. So tops for Cullerton. That was for 3-0.
Scott, you require 20.
Keep game alive, perhaps.
Game shot
Keep him
third
in the
leg.
mix.
Scott Walters.
It's a break and back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $135.
A nice first visit there. Trying to hold your throw to go to 2-2.
100. $134.
We may be seeing a scene change in this game because Walters, who was behind, and Cullerton had raced away. This game is just flip-flopping
100.
quite dramatically. And now it's Walters, the one in the ascendancy, looking to square up at 2-2.
85. $100. Scott, you record 147.
147 for Walters. He couldn't pot the green nor the red.
57.
Needed to.
Have a double treble visit here puts Scotty Walters' good work in jeopardy.
140. Scott, you
I
require 90.
didn't see that coming, did I?
Two tens for 2-2.
70.
It does a go. And we may well see Cullerton begin
No,
on
he
the
requires
25
61.
himself to leave himself on double 18. Or tops.
Game shot on the fourth.
Nice and clean as well. Don't
Niall
take the
Cullerton.
element. Strange one that. 65 went that way, and I thought, just like you, Henry, you'd go that way, but what a lovely
Fifth leg, it's Niall
Treble
to throw
seven.
first. Game on.
double top combination with two darts. It doesn't matter whether it's 86, 76. If two darters are two darters, then they give you confidence
26.
to hit 26. But it was two treble ones. He was a little unfortunate there.
Now, all that on the back of a 14 darter, just when Walters was breathing
140.
down his neck.
Yeah, and he had sort of kind of turned the corner there, you thought, Walters, and it was surefire going 2-2, but
83.
now he's got a lot more work to do. He's not standing back now. He's throwing a bit quicker and a bit harder. And now he's finding some more results. Here we go, another 180
180.
for Walters. One in the last game against Matt Cast.
83.
Walters closing in on this leg. And, well, he's found a real spurt in this leg. 140, 180, 145 for a 10 darter.
He's really got on with it here,
55.
Scott Walters. And this is a 10 darter incoming. Bent the wire.
Game shot on the
11
fifth leg.
darter. His
Scott
best leg of the day by
Walters.
far.
And still we're here.
Sixth leg, it's Scott
Appreciated.
to throw first. Game
Oh,
on.
Niall Cullerton there saying nice darts, mate.
$45.
Only a 45 start. It can be punished by Cullerton here, who still a leg away from the match. And even if Walters wins this leg, we'll have a second opportunity on throw to
60.
win the match. But both players coming up dry with their first visits of leg 6.
85. $81. $60.
Bill Walters needed a treble there.
$85.
So
100.
Walters edging closer now. Potentially is few as 6 darts away maybe from winning the match.
45.
Send us all the way. Walters
28.
cannot find the setup turn. And now the roles reverse because Cullerton can put himself on the cusp of victory if he can set up from 230 adequately enough. But now he finds the misfires and he finds the misstrays.
$15.
So Walters on the brink of taking us all the way.
133.
Is Scott Walters going to go straight for the bullseye here?
99. Scott, you require 50.
Are you Scott? No, 18 double 16.
Game shot.
Because that route will pay up just
Scott
as much a
Walters.
trump. 3-3. We go all the way in the final game of the day.
Seventh and final leg. It's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Big leg incoming. For Walters, it'll put him within 2 of the top 2. If Cullerton can win, then there's a bit of a gap
100.
between those who can pile the premier positions and those just below.
100.
It's a leg of called Decker proportions because it's fairly big.
64. $131.
Don't forget, we're back tonight, 10 o'clock, Group B. Jacob Taylor, Cam Crabtree,
60.
Richard North, Adam Hunt, and Rob Collins. 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Modus Super Series YouTube
100.
channel, where you can catch highlights of this session, tailor-made for your viewing. Top of other bonus content, including a Leonard Gates food
81.
challenge.
Got your
And talking about
170.
food, can Scott Walters gobble up the big fish to finish the day? Not on this occasion.
58.
So 112 for Walters to win the final game of the day. But Cullerton's going to come up with some kind of a post. 2 trouble turn means that this might have to go now. Just below. And so Cullerton should get a dart
100.
now
Now he requires
to complete a
71.
4-3 victory. 71 is what he wants. And tops is the one dart he's going to get to win it.
31.
But it strays the other side,
your
and may that
required
be a
12.
stray towards his hopes as Walters comes back. Looking at double 6, that would move him on to 6 points and would keep him in the mix, keep him in the race. But top
Game shot
2
and the match.
place, Scott
Scott
Walters
Walters.
really had to work for the points that he accrued today, but 6 of them keeps him in the mix. A 4-3 win against Niall Cullerton in the final game of the day means that he is very much in contention for a place in Saturday night's final on home territory. The final game of the day sees Walters beat Cullerton by 4 legs to 3 in a group dominated by Stefan Belmont and Danny Lauby, joint leaders on 8 points.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, it was dominated by that pair at the top, but a really good end of the day to Scott, and it didn't look like the game was going that way.
No, it didn't. It was midway through the game. He sort of found something there and started to run a little bit quicker, a little bit more direct, stopped thinking so much, and the game came back to him.
Yeah, really good performance from him in the end. He kind of went missing in the middle of the day. We'll take a look at the results just to highlight that. They were right in the middle of the day there, you see there's 2 4-0 defeats to Stefan Belmont and Core Decker. So Scott Walters has done really well to dig himself off the floor.
Well, to be fair, he's made the best of a bad job, hasn't he? I mean, he started really well and he did everything he needed to do at the start of the day. And then you would think he just fell away in the middle, but he's kind of recovered. He's scraped one against Matt Cast, and now he's been quite authoritative there at the end and looked like there was only one winner.
Yeah, the story of the day, of course, has been, well, the top 2, but particularly Stefan Belmont, because he came into today having won 4 matches on the spin, and then he won another 4 matches on the spin, including 3 4-0s in a row. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, these guys have to travel from a distance. It's got to be more difficult for them than us that's based here in the UK. So they have to come here and do it right. And I thought he was great today.
Yeah, and maybe some inspiration from Marcel Wolpen earlier in the week. He's in finals night. Stefan wants to be there with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that the guys back in Switzerland will be watching this, and all the top guys want to come over here and play no matter what country you're in. And that's what it's all about. And when you get here, you've got to try and take your chance. And you've got to say that Stefan's doing his best to try and do that.
Yeah, really. It's a really good couple of days for him. Danny Lauby was also in Group A, and he's had a really good day as well. He was really pleased when he spoke to me, Scott, about the fact he'd been a little more consistent today, because he can be erratic at times.
Yeah, I agree. And also, he was one of the names here today. There's a certain amount of pressure on him as well that he's got to perform. You know, he probably, knowing Danny, he would have expected to go through Group A, and that hasn't happened for him. So now he finds himself, he didn't even find himself in Group B, he's found him in Group C. So he's now applying himself right, and you know, he's in a great position now to send himself through.
And the big one was, of course, beating Belmont, wasn't it? Because not only did it get him level. It just keeps Stefan in sight of himself and the other players in the group.
Yeah, Danny showed a lot of maturity there in that game because it took him to the 7th leg to actually get that job done. He had a chance early doors where a lot of younger players would have gone, oh, I've missed my chance, and you'd worried about it and you'd have overthought it. But he didn't. He waited and waited. It was only those last 2 or 3 throws of that 7th leg that got him the chance, and he didn't waste it.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at how the league table stands, and it does see Stefan Belmont keeping on top spot despite that defeat, but Danny Lowry drawing level. Scott Walters with that win at the end, ensuring that he's just 2 points off the pace. Now, we know he came here on a winning mentality after that victory over in Serbia. Is he the one that could break their dominance, or could Kordeka or perhaps Culleton or Cast manage to get there?
On that last performance, it could be Scotty Walters on that last performance that he's just done. That will be his first performance tomorrow. So he has to get that on the board tomorrow. He has to win again tomorrow, first game. And then Lauby and Belmont have got each other again. And then whoever loses that one is then right in the mix, providing Scotty Walters wins. So tomorrow's first 4 or 5 games are going to be so crucial and so dictated of where the group's going to go.
Yeah, plenty more darts to be thrown this week. Plenty more darts to be thrown this series as well. And we're now going to reveal the players for week 5. Here they are. A return for Steve West, always strong here in getting through to Champions Week. But Simon Adams and Ben Robb coming here just before heading to the World Championship at Alexandra Palace. We saw Robb do something similar last year. He's a really, really good player. And the likes of Jeffrey de Graaf, Marco Cantelé, Tony Wood. I mean, you'll know plenty about all of those guys.
Absolutely. Big rig. He's a nice lad too, Ben Robb. He's a good lad. And again, travelling all the way over from New Zealand. A nice little warm-up for him. Westy, well, we know what Westy's been about here. He's been really good. Jeffrey de Graaf, we haven't seen so much of him in the last couple of years, but he's now back on the scene and throwing some tidy stuff. So, yeah, that's a really tight Group A, isn't it?
Yeah, and Shane McGurk's been knocking on the door. Conor Heenahan, of course, hit 2 9-darters on that stage behind it as well. So maybe next week is the week to see another one. We saw one last week, and, of course, Steve West done it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to see another one next week? Could we see another one yet this week? Who knows?
Maybe we can. Well, let's just show you the players remaining to come into contention this week. Group B, in the middle of your screen there, Cam Crabtree, Rob Collins and Richard North, the final 3 to join the action this week. They're going to be joining Adam Hunt and Jacob Taylor, and that looks like another highly competitive group.
Yeah, it really does. You know, even when you look at Rob Collins there, how well he was playing a couple of years ago, could this be the group that sort of gives him the lift to get him back to where he was a couple of years ago? It's such a tight group. I can't wait to be watching it tonight.
Well, you can be watching it tonight as well. Scott will be here casting his eye over the players in action this evening. All of the coverage gets underway live on Sporty Stuff TV and for viewers around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 10 p.m. UK time. We hope to see you then.